Stiltskins on deck, got that fire in his eye. Ahead of the corpse in the digital front, in Helldiver's lobbies, he's the last one to hunt. Boots on the ground, bass in his hand, Sunday service to the battlefield stand. He don't rage, he don't quit, just locks it in place, streaming truth, grit, and freedom every day. A Grumble's live, better hit that bell. From the pew to the pew, he knows both well. With a Bible on the desk and a rifle in the past, he's a good old boy whose loyalty lasts. Say a prayer, grab a stem, hold the line real tight. You're tuned in to Rumpelstiltskin every blessed night. Pixels and prayer in his southern drawl, drops hot into chaos, never backs to the wall. Helldiver's call, he answers with steel, and on Sunday morning plays bass with zeal. He ain't here for the fame, just the faithful and true, and maybe some chat that can aim and break through. Twitch is the post, and he's holding it down, with honor, with humor, and the strength to astound. A Grumble's live, better hit that bell. From the pew to the pew, he knows both well. With a Bible on the desk and a rifle in the past, he's a good old boy whose loyalty lasts. Say a prayer, grab a stem, hold the line real tight. You're tuned in to Rumpelstiltskin every blessed night. When the hate scrolls roll from the Lord to the lobby, he walks that path with a righteous click and a holy wrath. A Grumble's live, come and join that crew, where the bass thumps low and the gospel's true. Simplify in the chat, amen in the stream, living the dream, God's soldier on screen. Say a prayer, grab a stem, hold the line real tight. This is Rumpelstiltskin. There's love tonight.
Ooh, we actually did the transition there. Stop the music, unmute the mic, and change the scene all at the same time. Good evening. I'm a Grumple. And we are almost successful with this right now. Everywhere looks good except on my main rig, which is also my stream machine right now, and it is not able to receive from Twitch right now. It looks like I'm good sending and everything, but, and I can see the chat on the consolidated view, but Twitch is like, actually, before we get rolling, I'm going to try one thing. I'm going to try and reconnect to a different VPN endpoint and see how it works. Things might disconnect for just a moment. Everybody out there, good evening. Kevin Theme Park, I see you. Chrissy, Marilyn, in the house. System crash. Indeedly do. Welcome. I'm going to be doing a little... We do have game show later tonight in, like, an hour or two, depending on when actually we get started. But I've got a little bit of stuff to do before then, if you come with me on an adventure of organizing. Just a moment, I'm going to connect. I'm going to reconnect to a different endpoint to see if it solves all the issues. It might not. Everything might die. We're going to try. 3, 2, 1, go. Aha! 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're good. Me to the splitting service, that's good. Let's see if... immediately. Twitch loads. Outstanding. Okay, we're good. We can get going. I can start this up again. The play button is hidden. Okay, there's all the things. Oh man, this is one of those. Need just a moment now. Okay, pin the message. And and then you gotta click on it on each. One, two, three. Do I need to click through? Yeah. Unpin after manually. Okay, the meter went away. It is all good now. All good to go. Aha. Oh, wait. I'll kick now. Oh, no. Is this gonna be just... Oh, no, it's working. I just had to refresh. There we go. Tell us a little bit about yourself. No, thank you. I don't need to do any demographics, not with you. Kick. Ah, okay, there we go. There's that. Status and status. Aha! Aha! Victory! Success! The day is mine. You'll rue the day, Trebek. Okay, so overhead. There we go. So what I'm doing here is I've been going through a process. I'm probably going to start a whole series of this. My analog life. Both at home and at work. I've lived... Okay, I'm going to turn this down just a skosh so I can hear myself. And then on the stream... Boom. I've lived in OneNote, which is a note-taking application, Microsoft. It's been around for a little bit. I live in that at work and at home for projects and organization and things for quite a while. Like I'm a OneNote guy, and there's a lot of competing products, but none of them are exactly the same. It's like most of them will do a couple aspects of how the way OneNote works, but to cover all of the usability, just not quite there. And it's always been a thing where the most recent version, you have to use Microsoft OneDrive, and there's information out there. You don't have to wait for me to do it. Using Microsoft OneDrive to store your files is not the most secure choice that you can do. Which I'm not doing anything crazy in there, but I still would rather not my data be anybody at Microsoft have access to it. You know, like a normal person. So I choose not to use OneDrive. Now, if you encrypt a file, with most cloud storage providers, the way it works is the way you have to treat it in order to be secure in your papers and effects, we'll say, is to treat it as if it's in a locked glass case in the public square. Well, not in the public square, in their building, we'll say, in the Microsoft building, so it's not full public where just anybody could see your stuff, but specific people in the Microsoft building. Yeah, kinda. That's how a lot of cloud storage providers work. Even if it is encrypted, and I believe OneDrive is encrypted, they hold the keys, so they can retrieve your data. And they and Google, I believe, will do so with maybe not a warrant. They don't require a warrant. Maybe even a subpoena. Maybe even less. Maybe just a request for information. And so it's one of those things of everything you've ever done, show me the person, I'll find you the crime, right? The Patriot Act authorized the federal government to record everything you do over public lines in transit, and then like if it's encrypted, can deal with that later. And then, hey, if somebody is suspected of something, give us the name and we can go back, give me the person. Let's search back everything that person has ever done online. Every kind of communication, whether it's phones, cell phones, web traffic, anything. It's all being recorded. Honestly, it's super funny. You can search. I might even do a piece on this. 2013, the new facility in Bluffdale, Utah, where it famously caught fire when it's a data storage facility for, I believe it's under the NSA, where they needed a place to store all this information that's caught in transit. So they stood up this data storage facility in Bluffdale, Utah, 2013, and they didn't quite spec the electrical system right, and when they turned it on, it caught fire. So there's news articles about that. So nobody can deny there's a government data center in Bluffdale, Utah. Which, that's 13-ish years ago at this point. Crazy. Anywhoozles, what I've discovered is that much like how taking physical notes with a pen, I use I have a little bit of the ADHD, as they say, and I've been using a physical notebook to organize, like, big picture. Here's my agenda. Here's a line for morning, a line for afternoon, then a line for evening of each day. That's my calendar. And here's the tasks I have to get done for the week. And then here's a log of the big picture things, like super important things. So one spread of a notebook, one spread like this is good for a week for me in my general notebook. Well, individual projects or processes, those don't go in there. It's a very specific focus. I don't write in there all that much. It's my actual calendar for the week, my agenda for it's just a planner that I work out of for the week. Super high forest view of my entire week. Very specific, big impact things. Details go into OneNote or something else. Well, I'm now transitioning. I'm now starting to take these this is my size now that I've kind of settled on. This is A5 size that I've kind of settled on, and I'm using notebooks for different things for projects. I've got one that I started using for I have a consulting business that, like, I haven't worked a W-2 gig in a while. I have a consulting, like, I own a business. I have an EIN, I have a tax ID. I run my own business. Signing your own paycheck is great, and the taxes are amazing, the way the taxes work versus being a W-2 employee. However, I still take W-2 work sometimes, because what I do, at the level at which I do it, I can't be a sole proprietor as a consultant. I would need to join a consulting firm, probably in the area, in order to be as competitive and get to make as much, just straight make as much cash as I can as a W-2 employee in either a senior engineer or lead engineer type role. So, I mean, it's great. I love writing my own paycheck, and the taxes are amazing. And I'm gonna keep the EIN because I use it for media production. And that's really one of the tricks about the U.S. tax code is once you have an EIN, and you don't even need it. Like, if you're a sole proprietor business, you don't need a tax ID. However, it does help. Once you are running a business, quote unquote, and you get paid like at least one 1099 or a check made out to that business at least once a year, that's how you crack the code on the U.S. tax code. And that's, oh man, there's so much that becomes business expenses that goes into running that business. That you consult a CPA, like I have a CPA, get you a CPA. You go get yourself a CPA, 100%. Think about it, and not just like an H&R Block. Get somebody who's a business and personal, like somebody who's a business CPA, and just have an introduction conversation. Like, hey, here's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe start a business doing this. What should I be looking for? And can we partner together? Get a seat before you even register the business. Get a CPA. You will thank yourself later. We get Mavin House and a Rome. Don't forget to sweep the leg, Johnny, on that like button. Indeedly do. Thank you, ma'am. It's been a mile in 3 seconds. Mav, welcome in. You're always welcome, sir. So any hoozles, yeah, I started keeping track, and I'm not sure that I have my process down for the work engagement notebook. However, it has definitely helped. Things that I found that for big picture keeping track of large ticket items, OneNote, not so great for it. Because an index, like an index page, like if you treat it like a wiki, because you can link between different pages. If you have an index page, then you have an index page for this kind of thing. It's super easy to sprawl. It's called sprawl. Just kind of uncontrolled, it's just kind of organic. It's just kind of organic, and it just grows and kind of, it fills in, and it's great, and you can copy and paste videos and pictures, and every page can be as big as you want it, as big as you need to do the information, and you can like take screenshots and write notes and all kinds of things to make a how-to document and all this stuff all day long. But then keeping track of information in multiple places where you have to update those multiple places, that can start to become a challenge too. I started doing this not too long ago, where, see, a month, it doesn't have anything in it yet. This is my calendar. This is a notebook that has waterproof paper. It's not paper, it's something. But it's my calendar. The red days are, it's got the numbers of the days of the month, and then it's got red. Each red one is a number. That's the number of the week for Monday. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is in black. And then the numbers, those the letters are in blue. The numbers are all in black. The letters are in blue. And then Saturday and Sunday are in green. Same color code I use on my notebook, my agenda. Green for the weekends. It's just easy to differentiate. Super big picture, like year out items. Or like, hey, when do they have games? Or somebody's out of town. Something where I need to be somewhere and it's outside of work type things. This isn't for like, if I'm at a role or something, like work doesn't really go in here. If I need to be somewhere else other than my usual, either like in the office or at home office, then that would go in there. Or if I'm gonna go on a trip, that would go in here. Or somebody, just super important things. And that's for the year out. But then just the week, that goes in my agenda. And then I can be more granular with it. When I'm playing bass at the church, that goes in here because I have to be there an hour and a half-ish early because it's the final rehearsal before showtime. So that's one spot, one aspect I've gone analog. Looking my agenda, big picture, it can't get sprawl. That's where I'm going with this whole thought process. I'm taking these things and building processes around this object, like a notebook, where it can't get sprawl. It's limited. Something to keep track of all the details. OneNote, love it. It's great. Or something that's digital. Something that's a physical notebook where there's 2 ribbons on it. Generally, these product that I landed on, these notebooks, they have 2 ribbons where like I can keep one on my current place where I'm at, and then like an index or something to that effect. The limiting nature of it makes that become the thing that I am most likely to update and keep track of things at the biggest, highest level where I need to. And I need that. Removing decision paralysis, because that's apparently the ADHD impacts me like a lot. And having to deal with decisions, it takes a lot of brain power now at this point. And not like, you know, a shoot, no shoot situation. Not like life or death things. It's the stupid, how do I optimize this or that thing? That's actual work. And if I can reduce the ongoing decision processes, that is more brain resources that I have to take care of important things. Like deciding what to eat for breakfast. I mean, that's just wasted brain power. Just I moved in. This is just recently. I don't know. I've been alive how many decades, and I just recently got this point. I have a process now for the morning. Done. Don't even need to worry about it. And it was somebody, some like big time philosopher, I forget who, that it finally clicked for me. Like, hey, you know what? That's great. And it can look like it takes the form of discipline. This isn't, it's kind of discipline. I don't know. I'm not sure if I would call it discipline, because it's not just forcing yourself to do it. It's, hey, this is the path of least resistance because I've already proven out this process. So all I have to do is execute now. I don't need to think about it. Having something like that is so great. Having to build the structure yourself for a process, for anything you do at life, is so taxing. Having that's military life is so great, but then if all you've ever known is military life, and then once you get out and become a civilian, you had this big great structure of just handed to you, like, hey, you're a cog, you operate within, here's the framework in which you operate, and that's great. Some people can, some people can't, some people love it, some people hate it. Either way, it's a structure, and you have to operate within it in order to be successful in a military, or any large organization, but especially military. But then when you get out, oh, none of that's there. And you have to make it yourself. And there's some things that I've just pushed off and never built out. And it's been over 20... No, it's not been 20 years since I got out. It's close. It's almost... We're getting close to 20 years since I got out. Wow, I'm old. I'm squarely middle-aged at this point. Shout out Sisters of Mercy. Oh, what you know about some Bauhaus, Rome? Switchblade Symphony. To-do list, get a waterproof calendar. Rome, yes. Actually, this is, All Terrain is the brand, if you're interested in these things. It's 24 pages. It's not quite enough to do 2 years. So, and I think I'm kind of over wanting to do, well, these, I think I'm going to do 18 months, and then it still has a few pages, and then I still put a few of these, like, I do the dot grid, and I still put some of these dot grid cards stuffed into it, but then I also started carrying just these, like, field notes, these brand, which are also dot grid, but these are for me to, like, take notes and stuff for projects, like just things that I think of during the course of the day, and they're pocket-sized. And then either, you know, once a week or whenever I think of it, you know, there's no rush. I can take what's in here and then, like, voice recorder on my phone, and then I can transpose that into, hey, this needs to go here, this needs to go there, this needs to go into this place, this needs to go wherever, so that I can take action on it and it can impact my life. What we're doing here is I'm going through the process of doing content, like content. This is the notebooks that I just came up with. The coming up with how the process is going to work is the first step, and I've done most of that. So now I've got how my sections are going to work, and I thought, hey, you know what? I should be broadcasting this, at least recording, if not streaming it, so that I can chop that up and make an instructional how I go through this process analog for something that works for me. And then after I use this for a while, I'll be able to say whether or not, it it works for me or maybe not. You know, I'm trying it out. Because this is a thing that I'm doing constantly, so it's a good test for, was buying more of these size notebooks a good idea or not? You know what, here, let me, and it occurs to me that I need to get an affiliate link for, like, Amazon, which is on my list of my creator list, and it's going to go in this book, or one of these books, but we'll get there. In just a moment. This is the exact one. And that's not an affiliate link, that's just a straight link to it. Waterproof notebooks. Ah, that's what it's called. It's called stone paper. And it's not actually paper. If you want ink that will definitely not bleed or anything ever, like Write in the Rain or a Fisher Space Pen, I'm using these Pilot Precise V5s. I'm slow, like I'm really close to switching to an archival style pen. I haven't quite put it together and got to where I'm comfortable switching to it yet. But these kind, and then like I got my EDC of the same refill that's in here in this titanium bolt action, which is a good fidgety thing too. Bolt action pen, but the reason bolt action instead of the clicky is because it cannot accidentally open while I have it clipped in a pocket. I've had that happen before with a clicky top pen that I've clipped in my pocket, or a pen like this where you clip it in your pocket and then it comes out and then ink runs all into your trouser pocket. So the bolt action, this is Big Idea, I think is the brand. This particular one is their slim, and this can take, I think, 200 different types of refills. Usually the precise refills they're a little thicker than, or Uniball Cyno, which is an archival ink. They don't usually fit in, or in a lot of pens, in a lot of like a Zebra 701, which is very popular to put a Fisher Space Pen. I did that for a while. It's just that the Fisher Space Pen is not quite fine tip enough, so my writing looks messier. I need like ultra fine, like 0.5 millimeter. This is on the thick side. I need like a 0.3 millimeter tip in order for me to be able to read my own writing. Switching to a fountain pen at work for a while helped a lot too, because that forces you to slow down when you're writing. Okay, so what do we got? We have notebooks, but I haven't filled in anything yet. Stencils. I need more of this particular stencil. Oop, oop, there. And then I use a smaller guy, which I started out using stencils a lot more than I do now. I still use this big one, and honestly, this one I use only for, or primarily for, writing or drawing lines, like drawing straight lines. But you don't need to get an architectural / engineering tool with ISO sized letters on it in order to do a straight line. Yeah, that's not necessary. So I'm kind of figuring out, how do I want to standardize. This one was just a cheapie I got in a multi-pack, so I think I need to get like maybe a better of, like, I think it's not quite 3/4 inch, so like maybe just over 1/2 inch size, and then maybe something smaller. I don't know. I started just writing neater, and that got it done. The oh yeah, I still do this when doing like the calendar, like the this calendar. I use that for this. I don't use this guy inside my agenda book anymore. A shadowy flight in a dangerous world of a man who does not exist. That is a song, isn't it? So the process. Oh, the cool thing about these books too is if you're into, okay, so they're intended really for bullet journaling. They have page numbers already on them, which is great. These have a pocket. I could do with or without the pocket in the back. I don't know if that's necessary. The last 8 pages are perforated a bit so they can rip out. I don't know that I ever need to do that either. But these ones have 312 pages of pages. And then towards the beginning, you've got already set up indices, and a key page. And then the actual pages start. So it's not eating up pages for the binding, like with that page count. It's not eating up page count. And the funny thing is 312 is if you divide that by 52, like as in 52 weeks in the year, it's 3. So if books started the opposite of the way they do, and page 1 was on a left-hand page, you could do 52 weeks a year. You could make one of these guys be a 3-year weekly planner. But it doesn't. You could, like, for, like, you know, week 52 of the final one, like, use this. I mean, that's, what, Christmas and New Year's. So, I mean, hey, maybe you get by doing 3 weeks. I didn't even think of that. But for my planner, my regular planner, I have it set up for 2 years, and then there's like 50 additional pages that you can do whatever on towards the back. Because I do like a little bit of setup and like an annual calendar that kind of matches this guy, but I don't think I need that because I have this. As long as I have, which maybe that's just the thing, maybe I just need to be like 2 years out on this book, and then I don't need to have pages in a notebook that are wasted for a calendar, like upcoming calendar, like the future, the next 3 years. I don't need that because it's here. So trying not to duplicate effort, like why? Well, the downside is if it's something that you carry around, there is a chance of losing it, but I mean, yeah, you could lose your phone too, and a lot of people would be screwed there. I don't know, like, I'm not all that worried about it. It lives in my back pocket, generally, unless I'm at my desk and doing something. Jake Hudson in the house. How you doing, sir? So, what do we got? I have my strategery doc. Ah, that's it. That's what here. This is content creator notebook. Pre-stream checklist. Part of that should be have all of your stuff already opened and ready to go before hitting go live. That's a thing. And that is something that can go into the book that, hey, this is baseline. Where I should have printed this out beforehand. Yep. There we go. Not that. I didn't even save it. I was planning on saving this thing and printing it so I could, like, having physical objects like a piece of printed paper. I still enjoy that more than having to manipulate it on screen. And you know what? I can pull... Yeah, there's space on the screen. I can pull it up. What I've been doing lately... for process improvement is... So I used to run my own large language model, like AI language model. I used Llama 2 uncensored. But Grok got so good that I shut mine down, and I mostly just use Grok now. Oh, that's right, it's because it was in Grok.com. I mostly use Grok now, and I finally got on board with using the Grok.com Grok instead of just inside Twitter Grok. And if you have your initial prompt or your settings right, you can really use it to workshop ideas. So having it, like, your perspective, what your goals are in the background, what things that should have importance, and what your goals are. Like, all of that, and it should be a good chunk of text, really, on how you're initially prompting. But then, here we go. Can I put this on the screen? Browser content. There we go. And see if I can... make it kind of more... Okay. So the whole process, which I didn't... because it was like an ongoing, you know, work on it here, work on it there. But the process that I went through in figuring out this is now I can do that for the next project, is I can go through this process and at least record. I'll probably be live streaming it while I'm doing it, but going through the process of how I do this, and then up through creation of the physical book, and then start using it right away. You know, like right to jail, right away. The meme. Music is snazzy, Rome. Thank you. Is the mix? It seems like it's varying wildly to me. I'm fiddling with settings now. They're about half there. Okay. If the mix of mic... Okay, mic's not moving, but if the mix of the background music needs to go up or down, please let me know. And I do appreciate. Thank you, man. So... any kind of project or process that you have that has an ongoing... how do I want to say this? Well, here, the way we did it the way we did it, I say we, the machine and I, did it is, okay, so the book 2, and I forget which one's which right now. I started out just calling them book 1 and book 2. Where book 1 is going to be show notes, basically activity log, planning, upcoming, well, right here, you can see. Planning for individual shows or recording individual segments or whatever, what have you, either a quarter, like a half a page, a full page, or a full spread, depending on how much I think I'm going to need. If it's something that I'm going to do, and then like recording something, and then I'm going to do more stuff after, leave X amount of space for that thing. And that's the activity log. And then working from the back, see, working from the front and working from the back. I've for books like this, I've been meaning to, never actually did it. I got almost started, but didn't actually do it. Creating vehicle books, like a log book, and I was using Little Green Monsters at the time, the military log books, like, hey, this is what I use, this is what I know. But then having to deal with two things. Your, specifically, like, your mileage and maintenance log, and then projects. Like, mileage is one log, maintenance is another log, and then projects and ideas. Like, you wouldn't put oil change in the same, probably, category as engine swap. Or designing a new dash that has a lot more flat surfaces so you can mount radio, like one DIN, like radios, or I don't mean like listen to a stereo radio, I mean like CB, amateur, like a Prick 13 or whatever, just, you know, whatever kind of radios or whatever things that you want to mount efficiently, or control panels, like just flat surface where you can put switches and status lights and things for add-ons. If you're going to make a water injection system, which is a thing, cools down the intake charge, and I still don't get how that works on a diesel, because you want to separate out. There's literally factory diesel vehicles come factory, or they should, with a water separator where it pulls water out so that you're not, there's no water in the fuel, but you can still do water injection at high boost or under high load to lower intake temps. It's wild to me, and I still don't know how that works. So that's a thing, and maybe some of that research will go in there. But either way, the how to organize the different sections within one book. Well, for, in this case, content creation. Got show notes, activity log, things like that of actual activities. And then working from the back, hey, here's things that I should, like a summary of, hey, remember, go and like these shows to like make shorts or do any kind of short form content. And then at the beginning, no, that's that. Like, and then not a mission statement, but a goals for while I'm using this book. Oh yeah, here we go. Index, so to reference things, and it, like, I don't know, by quarter or maybe by week in the index. Goals for this volume. Pre-stream checklist, because this is the working book that I'm going to use during, like, have this book open during the stream or while I'm recording, whatever, take notes, timestamps of when shorts or clips should come out. Oh hey, something was on camera that maybe shouldn't have been, or maybe somebody, if I'm trying to be, you know, advertiser friendly, maybe somebody cursed a little much and I want to go and just kind of edit that out or bleep it or something, or it was me. Timestamp, so that I can go back and quickly do that in a single place. Here's where all the notes are, because right now I don't keep track of anything. It's like little scraps of paper. There's literally these scraps of paper or these cards that I'm keeping like my show notes on, and then like maybe they vanish. I don't know. See, not a mission statement exactly either, Rome. That comes later. This is the working book. And then towards the back, yeah, buffer, clip, and edit, like from the back is like a workshop list of, hey, here's the next chunk. These are things, like while working from the front, hey, here's the stream that I'm on, here's the timestamps I need to go back. As soon as that stream is over, I can take those timestamps and then like make a little logbook entry at the back, working from the back, and say, hey, this date, this video, this whatever, go in at these kind of timestamps, and hey, here's the ideas for the shorts or whatever. And just have those quick little like 1 line or 2 lines working from the back instead of the whole page or something for that whole show. Just, hey, here's timestamps and what to remember to go do. Maybe not. That I'm actually, the more I think about it, since I came to this conclusion that working from the back piece, I'm not sure that I actually need that. Maybe. Not sure. So, not sure that I need that. Maybe I can work from the back with something else. Maybe not. Working from the front and the back and then meeting in the middle, and then once you meet in the middle, that book is entirely full. You just move on to the next one. But then the second book, say the machine content log, show notes, activity log, content log, or something. I think I'm just going to call it show notes, like volume 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's going to be a higher turnover book. And then the content brain, which is funny because that's a double entendre, is going to be much slower to fill. Working from the front, we've got index, key. I'm not sure that I need. Well, key, yes, like different types. If it's like a series that I'm gonna plan to do, or honestly, working with YouTube. Once I get this channel monetized, I've already started one other like gaming YouTube channel. So now when I go live and I'm doing a game, it's only gonna go to that channel. Where is it? They're all probably gonna be kind of themed similarly, like Grumple does something or something like that. So if you want to, it's generally unless I'm just de-stressing or being a comedian and need a game to do something to prompt me. Usually when I'm playing a game, I am live. And then usually the games that I play are things that can prompt conversations about risk assessment, or, hey, maybe think about this for in case of X or Y or Z happens, or zombies, Zombies is always a good fallback because it's the ultimate disaster, except for EMPs. But this, so, like, the key can be, like, what color to highlight different sections. Whether it's a game or a like prepper content section, or a series, or an idea for a series of shorts, or other short form content, like TikTok or something. But this is all of it. Trackers and goals, like, hey, branding, create like goals, create these branding assets that are similar across platforms and across different, say, channels on the platform, whether it's multiple channels on YouTube or Rumble's set up from the beginning for you to create multiple channels. Like, you make your account, you don't just default have a channel, you have to create a channel within your account, and then you can broadcast or upload to Rumble. And then we've got this is figuring out how much space to give each one of these things to. Trackers and goals, that's like, well, the things it says here. If I have a project where I need to do, like doing my, this thing, I was live for a little bit messing with this. This is a passively cooled PC. I'm gonna see if this can become, I have, I think 4 of these on hand. If this can become a crash cart steam rig inside the workshop. I picked up another monitor, and it's ultra low usage, passively cooled, It's a few years old and it's only got 4 gigs of RAM, so it might not get it done, but I'm gonna try it. And that should be in there, and like status for that. And then if I'm gonna do a show about it, that goes into the show book. Like, hey, here's ideas, here's the stream I was live for it. But the actual project, that should go in there. Any collaborations that are not just like, hey, I'm gonna go live on somebody else's panel. Like, Grumple content. Planned collaboration, whatever. These are just ideas. This is what I'm doing, and this is how I'm getting started. I'm saying these things out loud now, so in case anybody, in case you get inspired. This is specifically for, like, 2 notebooks, 2 different things to do for this project of content creation. A set of spreads. Now, one of these, 2 pages between them, so you have it. This is called a spread, in case anybody doesn't know. You've got page, you know, page, but then 2 pages together that are open like this is called a spread. I've got 2 followers over there. Thank you, Rome. I do appreciate. I've only done like a test stream so far over there. The trackers and goals, 7 and 10. I think I did like 8 spreads. Idea queue. Now this is a big one. So I have idea queue and brainstorms, and they are set very far apart, and then the content plans. So the next thing, actually, let me pre-stream checklist. So this is the first book. And then we've got templates, goals, pre-stream checklist, show notes, starting the show notes section. And that's the content log. Okay, and that's this book is ready to go, ish. So then we've got the second book, where I started stenciling, and then like, hey, you know what? Here's where the mission statement goes. What is my mission statement for this project? And that's a thing where, for any time, if you're going to start a business, if you're going to start any kind of endeavor, whether it's to be a streamer or, you know, a YouTuber, a static video creator, whatever it is, it's very important to keep you on track. What is your guiding principle, mission statement? I don't think I need to say a whole lot about that, because once I say it, it should click. Oh, hey, and if you don't understand the importance of a mission statement, of what is the main thing that's driving your other decision-making processes when what you're deciding what to do and what direction to go and all that stuff. And it should be like 2-3 sentences max, something very simple, maybe even a sentence. And then you can have, like, I think it's important enough to have an entire spread about it, because it's that important. A spread like in Playboy Rome, your mind is in the gutter always. That's okay. You're right. You're amongst friends here. So after mission statement, now I need to ink this in. Trackers and goals. And that's all of those things that I was talking about, so I just need to ink that in. And then we've got 3 specific, hard, girthy sections. The idea queue, and this is just the brief description. Quick capture of in the wild ideas. That is stuff that comes from these notebooks that I carry around, or the voice recorder. Things that, because, you know, I'm kind of retarded. I think of things when I'm not supposed to be. I don't know if that's the ADHD working, or maybe a little, you know, risinum tisinum type of action. But, you know, maybe it's not inspiration striking. Maybe it's just, hey, you know what? This makes sense. I never put these 2 together. And if you don't write it down or record it or something, it's gone forever. So I have to keep, and I have one of these for very specific, that's a log that I normally wouldn't be, but there's something going on that I have to keep very specific track of, and I want to keep it separate. So the other one is just ideas. That's this one. So this other one, just ideas, stuff that I was using these cards for in my calendar. Like, so I thought, well, instead of having these cards that are always falling out, maybe 1 or 2 cards in my calendar, yeah. But why don't I just keep a book, like, and if I get ideas, whether it's for like, oh, show ideas segments, like I can put them in here, even if it's just something scribbly, just idea, like a common journal, a common book type logging. But like, oh hey, this date, just write down whatever nonsense it is, and then when I go back and look, I can take that and put it into something. The way that my brain works, and I've learned this from learning from other people that have similar maladies, is you've got to take stuff. The way you clean up and organize is you take and gather up things that belong in one place. And you gather up all those things, and then you go, don't try and find a home for everything right now. You go and you just need a dump ground. You need a bucket or a basket in a room, or a landing pad, preferably a bucket, just something you can close. And you go and dump everything in there. Because you're not in put this stuff away mode right now, you're in gather mode. And it's really easy to focus on that and not be able to switch gears. So you gather. You gotta work with the way that your brain works. It's the only way you're gonna get through life. Gather, go dump, and then maybe it's dump this stuff into this room here, dump this stuff into this room here. I'm in like, hey, extract notes mode. Okay, well, here's this book, here's that book, here's my voices, here's my voice notes, here's like, oh, this other, like this file like this text file, these like dozen text files that I've opened up over the course of this last week between rebooting that I never saved. Let me gather all this stuff up, and now, okay, well this goes over here, this goes over there. Now this is the room. This is the home where these ideas for content creation are all gonna live. All these random things from in the wild, and it just, whatever it was, a sentence or two, cool. That's capturing it. Then when it's time to, like, how you would go into a room, take that bucket, and find homes for everything in that bucket, that's what the next section is, which is brainstorms, and this is working from the back of this book. Where that's where we flip to the back, and on the very back page, brainstorms, and then work back from there. I'm not sure if I want to, like, labeling it, like across all the way like here, like how this is, or just, you know, left page, right page, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's probably how I'm gonna do it. It's just working with spreads, but just you're flipping the pages opposite. This is where the brainstorms go. Like, hey, an idea. Do I have any ideas in here? Yeah, idea for not only a segment, but a series, low power / 12 volt infrastructure. So that would go into the front section. I'm gonna ink it in a moment. That can go into that just idea queue from in the wild. That goes into there, and then when I've got my book, I can say, hey, you know what? Let me think about that. When I want to start doing brainstorming or anything, just take that idea, make a page, make a whole spread even. And then all the things, like, hey, what's ideas for gear? Like, I know my very first segment for that specifically, I think I deduced down to, it's going to be for a layer 3 core switch. We're going to be actually replacing my at-home infrastructure main core layer 3 switch. And it's probably going to be with I never know if it's pronounced Microtech or Microtic. I'm not sure. But we're going to go from, I think it's like 70 watts it uses, down to 15. Just at idle. there's an actual return on investment there. I think it's like 5 or 6 years, but there's an actual return on investment to where the thing pays for itself. And then I can sell the one that's coming out of service, and we're probably ahead of the game. And then my household expenses, I mean, yeah, I can deduct some of it for business expenses, but then my household expenses, I run my house like a business. You got CapEx and OpEx. CapEx, capital expenditures. OpEx, operational expenditures. Operational costs. CapEx is like buying the router or the computer or a fan. OpEx is the electricity cost if you need a subscription to it, like with Meraki. With Cisco Meraki gear, you have to maintain a subscription to it in order for you to update it. Or I think to configure it, because it uses their single pane of glass and you have to have a subscription. So buying the firewall device, the Meraki firewall device, that's CapEx. But then paying for the subscription, that goes under OpEx. And usually your OpExes at home are just like, you know, utilities, water, electricity, cell phone, internet, cable if you still have cable for some reason. Things like that. If you, like if you're a content creator and you use Restream, or Suno, or X, Twitter, and you have an account for that, or a LinkedIn Premium subscription, any of these subscription things, that all falls under operational expenses. I'm all about reducing operational expenses. And low power usage, I mean, it's gonna... A big thing about computer and network and infrastructure is it creates a lot of heat generally too. So by going with especially passively cooled things, is you're not only using less electricity, but that less electricity is being turned into less heat that you then have to cool off with more electricity paying for AC. So it saves you money all the way downstream, so that increases your ROI. Including selling the previous gear, it's almost instant. Seriously. But, so that's just an example, and that's at the back working forward of brainstorms. And then the final section, content plans. And this is, I'm planning on cutting that into sections. Like whenever I work on a content plan, so between after the idea queue and the, trackers section, I'm gonna leave a flex, like a buffer of a few spreads, just in case either one of them, the trackers or idea queue, in case those kind of go over, then there's a few extra flex pages, so plenty of space before the content plans. Then the content plans are like, hey, let's take the brainstorm ideas, pull those, and assemble that into an actual plan that I can use to start planning shows or recording videos or whatever. This is the whole process that I'm now creating that analog, paper, physical books are a part of. Doomerang in the house. Oh, Doomerang. Yeah, man, I'm trying out ashwagandha during the day, too. Which, I was using it as a sleep aid, but it turns out it's really helpful during the day. If you're like, I don't want to use these silly terms, because I don't know that I agree with them, but if your brain works a certain way, ashwagandha can help you relax. If your brain works a different kind of way, which my brain kind of does, I guess, it can help you, not only help you relax at night, it can help you focus on task. Since I started doing the ashwagandha, I need to get a sponsorship, man. Since I started doing ashwagandha, I've been able to focus so much better. It's almost like being on Adderall extended release doesn't get you like high loopy feeling. it's just life-changing in for some people, and I'm one of them, to where it lets you focus and say there's a distraction, being able to say, oh hey, cool, that's a distraction, let me write down a note, get to that later, and then refocus back on the task at hand. Ashwagandha does similar, and it's a lot cheaper than Adderall for like prescription, even with insurance. It's a lot cheaper. ADD is a hell of a disability, grumps Ashwood out of his mind. I don't know about that, man. I've been starting out kind of low. I just finally got up to like the recommended, I think like 600 milligrams a day, and I'm splitting that up like half in the morning, half it before, you know, an hour or so before bed. And I've been sleeping. I've been able to get to sleep and stay asleep so much better. And it's not like, from what I understand, your body doesn't build up, because your body naturally produces melatonin. Taking melatonin can help too, fix your cycle. But then your brain, from what I understand, because your brain produces melatonin, your regulation gets off kilter because your brain doesn't have to produce as much because you're supplementing. So your brain starts making less, and it kind of digs a hole that, hey, you're getting yourself on track on a schedule now. But then when you stop or start tapering down, it's another adjustment period for your brain because, oh, we got to kick up that melatonin production again to get back into the cycle. Whereas using something else like, I'm not a big fan of using diphenhydramine, Benadryl. But diphenhydramine is 25 milligram. It's the same stuff. It's Benadryl, it's Tylenol PM when mixed with acetaminophen, it's Unisom, like a whole bunch of different stuff. It's just diphenhydramine, 25 milligram dose, sometimes 50. Save yourself money by getting just a bottle of like Amazon or Walmart or Costco brand diphenhydramine, and then you've got your Benadryl, you've got your Tylenol PM, you've got your sleep aid, your antihistamine, your whatever you use it for, you've got it there. That's why it really helps to know what the generic name of the active ingredient in whatever medication you're taking, because you might be able to get it for very much cheaper. Squirrel, see, now I'm able to refocus, get back on track, and not go down that rabbit hole forever. It's great. The content plans, that's like probably a full spread for each thing, maybe multiple spreads. And then I'm gonna take like a chunk of 10 spreads, and that's gonna be this type of thing. So, hey, okay, now I got an idea for, oh, the low power 12 volt infrastructure. Okay, well, I don't have any for the tech nerd engineer content. Okay, let's section off 10 spreads for nerd stuff. That wouldn't necessarily go under the privacy and security type. That'd be separated out. That'd be a separate, like, spreads. But for actual teaching engineering, network infrastructure engineering, which is what I do professionally, why not teach it? That should probably, at some point, go on its own channel and have its own section. Separate off 10 spreads, and that's the working space. Open up a spread, low power infrastructure. There we go. And start creating the actual plans of how we're gonna do these shows, either this specific one or if it's multiple. And then that becomes the plan that then, okay, got that. Now when it's time to actually do it, hey, here's the upcoming show or video recording, here's the goals, here's the agenda for this show. Working from that plan. And each role, it's super solid in my head, but one thing that I found, and one of the reasons I started streaming on Twitch, I think it was in 2018, live streaming helps me be accountable to get projects done. And then also, if I'm one of the best, and this is just an engineer concept, is called the rubber ducky method, and y'all are my rubber ducky right now. If you think you know something, or you think you have it solid, teach it. Just one time through, say the whole thing out loud. And that will highlight if you have any gaps. During the course of teaching something and saying it out loud, you have to go through everything. The way brains work, and this is neurotypical and not, and I'm using the words now, it's all different kinds of brains. The way the human brain generally works, with very few exceptions I think, is it takes known things and then fills in blanks. It fills in gaps, and you can just gloss over it and not even realize it. But saying it out loud or teaching somebody, it forces you to recognize that, wait, I said this out loud, I skipped from this to this. If you're being honest and objective with yourself, as a critic of yourself doing the thing or explaining the thing, you'll probably realize. If not, record it and then listen back. Make a have Google or like any the transcripts are super easy to make now too, and you can search and do all kinds of cool stuff with that. But just the act of talking to a thing with a face, saying it out loud, just the act of that can help you realize where you have gaps and fill them in so that you're better prepared for whatever the thing is that you're doing. Either just straight knowledge for knowledge gaps for your own, whatever you're the subject matter expert on, for your own expertise, or if there's a project that you're working on, or you're trying to just teach general concepts for something. It can make you realize that, oh, there's something that I'm missing here. And if you are an expert at something, that doesn't necessarily mean you know 100% of every single thing about it. That means you know a lot about it, but you can recognize that when something's missing. That's, I think, the biggest cutoff of the difference between an expert, in a lot of cases, is you can tell when something isn't where it's supposed to be, or if something critical is missing, whereas somebody else might not. Like just, oh man, I can use an example today. I saw this on LinkedIn. Yeah, this is okay, I can share this. Before we get, I'm gonna use this as an example. Unsaved file, what is it called? Draw? What is this application? Drawing. Well, I guess I gotta save it. It'll have a name. Save as... Export as... Oh. Oh no, I lost some. This is important. This is to illustrate. Oh wait, I saved it. I saved the picture. Did I save the picture? Am I full of moose poop? Probably, and it may be related. Okay, it was on my feed on LinkedIn. Let's see if it's just there from today. Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, open. Okay, we just save image. I don't know why I was messing around with that. $177. Oh, I lost my grok. Okay. Well, here. And I think we have a game show to get to in a little bit, so I'll just very briefly with this. Somebody shared this on LinkedIn. And what's the context? What's the message? Oh, this is a different person. No, wait, no, this is the same guy. No, this is different. This is bad. Okay. You know what? I'll post about this on LinkedIn because more than one person has used this picture. This is bad. And, like, why? Okay. So what we've got here... We've got a network core, which, first of all, okay, labeling them Cisco switch, Cisco switch 1 to Cisco router, like, why? Unless you're... This was made by... I think this was made by AI, prompted by somebody who isn't a network engineer. Because why did the brand doesn't matter, you should have role. Specifically. But, okay, so switches and routers. Routers doing layer 3. Never mind that we don't have any outside internet access for any of this or perimeter. Okay, that's fine. We're talking just no hard, crunchy exterior, just soft, GUI center. So this is a physical drawing. This is layer 1 drawing. We've got what ports? What physical ports and then cables that are plugged into these physical ports on physical things. So we've got a router that, or in some cases, because this cable is plugged into nothing, that's not, like there's not a port there. This one, the cable's coming out of the back of the router, and then KVM server, let's just go over the names, okay? Cisco router, Cisco switch 1, Cisco switch 2. Okay, so generally, you're gonna have, even in a small office setup, either SMB, small medium business, or home, you're gonna have a network core. That's gonna be where your layer 3 switching is happening. Less of a hard drive, more than a router. You access knowledge instead of storing it. Well, you do both. And the way that you do both, and then short-term versus long-term memory, the way that those things work is crazy. Ah, Rome, thank you. Yeah, we've got about a half hour then, so we got to run through this, do some ink work, and then we'll cut over and get ready with Chrissy. The way that... Okay, just the naming. First of all, unless all of this was actually free, this wouldn't be the gear you're using for a home office or a small office setup. First of all, for routing, core routing, you're not using a router. You're using a layer 3 switch. There's a few reasons for that, but just getting past that. Okay, we're in currently a router on a stick situation where you've got we've got VLANs that are traversing this one link using sub-interfaces. A little bit more complicated to configure. Okay, adding complexity. No big deal. That's a thing. So all your layer 3 routing and your ARP table, all that stuff is on this router, and then we're just, all the traffic when it's traversing VLANs is going back and forth on this, now this wire here. Okay, cool. But then you've got, and it's on one of the, the separated uplink ports, an SFP port, maybe it's a 1 gig, maybe it's a 10 gig, maybe it's 2.5 gig, usually faster than what these other do. Generally, this is also going to be fiber, not a Cat5, not a copper Ethernet cable. But, okay, whatever. Okay, I'll let that pass. This is your network core now, because your layer 3, your core switching, or your inter-VLAN routing is happening here. Well, if this is your core, this is also your access switch, which, I mean, okay, if you've only got one switch that your WAPs are plugged into, your wireless access points, that's 1, 2, 3 guys that are on different floors. Usually you're going to have a separate switch on each floor in an access closet. Your MDF IDFs. Distribution facility. Honestly, I forget what the M and I mean off the top of my head. But you're going to have a data closet on each floor, and that's going to have a switch in it, and then those are your access switches, and those are going to go to either your core or your distribution layer switches. In a large environment, you have your core switching, and then your core switches go to distribution switches, and you might have a distribution switch in each building, and then that distribution switch is going to go to all your access switches, and then each one of those access switches is going to have things like computers, workstations, wireless access points, printers, whatever, your door controls, if that's a thing, all that stuff, any surveillance cameras that run on IP, all that stuff, and it's probably, your access switches are probably going to be power over Ethernet PoE. That's not indicated here. This is all just one switch. And then for some reason you've got a separate one, separate from where the layer 3 is happening, that then your KVM server is plugged into, which over on the side, which appears to be okay, your uplink, but then you've got your uplink device, network device infrastructure to infrastructure port over here, which is correct, but then it's plugged into just a regular guy here. But then why is this guy plugged in here? Then what is KVM server? So KVM can mean two things. Disambiguate it. KVM can mean keyboard video monitor, which you generally use, and it can be physical or virtual, where you push a button and now you're essentially sitting at the console of that machine, either physically or virtually, and you can access that remotely. Well, or KVM is also a virtual hypervisor, like VMware or Zen. Yeah, those are the major players. There's a few others, but KVM, if you run, or VirtualBox, KVM could be two different things, and I immediately saw this. I see this as a blade enclosure, because it says KVM server. I'm thinking this is a blade enclosure, and each one of these blades is a different machine running a KVM hypervisor. Okay, cool. And KVM, the licensing for clustering is cheaper than VMware. Sorry guys, they want it. That's why I switched to KVM at home too. All my virtual stuff at home it runs on KVM now. Because I have enough professional experience with VMware, VMware, vCenter, vSphere. I could get a job as a senior level VMware engineer, and that's fine. It generally doesn't pay as much as network engineering, so I do network engineering primarily. Also, that's kind of more my focus, because there's honestly not as much, there's not as much work there. Virtual networking inside VMware, I can do that too, overlap. But so you've got KVM server, does that mean keyboard video mouse? Is that each one of these is a separate physical server? That's not notated. What is this? What is this thing? What's this? What's this? There's bullshit everywhere. What's this? These switches go everywhere. Mess that up. But we've got, is this a top of rack switch now? Generally in a data center, also, you're going to have what's called a top of rack switch. And in the Nexus platform, you've got your Nexus core, and then instead of a separate distribution layer, you can have single pane of glass, and it's called a fabric extender. It's not really a switch. It's just adding more ports onto your Nexus platform core switch. so you can put one at the top of every rack and then run cables to all your stuff in that rack. If this is a top of rack switch, okay, I'll let that pass. But use a different picture to represent that, because if this is a core, this is your core slash distribution layer or slash access layer, and then you've got WAPs plugged into it, wireless access points, and then you've got a physical DHCP server for some reason that's also, this icon with this circular thing here, this represents a database server. That's the standard icon for. So you've got a DHCP server that's a database physical server that's plugged into this switch. And then a bunch of wireless access points, one for each floor. Like, okay, what's controlling these access points? Oh, whoever drew it didn't know you need a controller. If you're running multiple WAPs, you need a controller so that they don't interfere with each other. And so that you can have the same SID, they can be in the same network. If you've provisioned your network and you have this chunk of IP addresses for the laptop wireless clients, and they're all in the same SID, these have to be coordinated with a wireless LAN controller. The Cisco 5508 I've used since it was a thing. I have one at home. They're still in service. I live Cisco 5508. They're friggin' great. Oh, a previous employer had 2 pairs of them to run. I'm not going to say which one, but this was an organization in the Fortune 100 list. Technically global, although primary footprint is in the United States, multiple divisions, and 250,000 employees. Now for redundancy, 2 Cisco 5508 wireless LAN controllers, and then for geographical diversity, one pair of them's on West Coast, one pair of them's on East Coast, and then that's it. These things controlling all of the WAPs. We're talking, I think it was thousands of wireless access points, and this was in. I'm not going to give away the industry because that would give away what the business is. You need a controller, and that's usually going to be where this is. So here. And then your DHCP server, why are you using a physical DHCP server? If it's just for the WAPs, and like, if you've got a super simple setup, SSS, Cisco iOS and NXOS devices have a DHCP server in them. You don't, if you're on a super shoestring budget and you just need to have some DHCP, you don't need a separate server. It's in your infrastructure already. It's there. So all of that, like but you've also only got 4 ports, 4 access ports. So like, I don't know what's going on here. And then what's in the data center, like even the smallest business is going to have some kind of like a server. Like even a multi-function server to run authentication. That's a thing too. Running like a domain controller. Probably gonna have that. Maybe small office setup, maybe not having that. I give a lot of leeway, however, some things are on here that's like, well, because you put this on here, you need other stuff too that's also on here. It would have been fine not having the WAPs plugged into what is now the core / distribution layer switch, not having them on this diagram would have been fine, but now that you have them, and you've got something as granular as DHCP server, well, you need to have the wireless LAN controller also plugged in. Any hoozles, this is all, like, let's get back on task. Got only about 20 minutes left, and then gotta go fire it up with Chrissy and over at Brainbender's Banter. Yes, Rome, that's what WAP stands for. Wireless Access Point, and nothing else in a Gilbert Gottfried or Ben Shapiro voice. Those are my favorite version. Like, the Gilbert Gottfried, I think, was my favorite version. Although somebody did a full remix of WAP with the Ben Shapiro clip, which I thought was wonderful content. Whoever made that, kudo. You get 15 points from Grumpledore. K2 in the house, and the Blue Jays are being all Blue Jay-y. Yeah. They do be doing that. Boomerang, Grumple is a living meme. Hey. Whatever I gotta do, man. I'm just a dinosaur. A dinosaur is anybody who identifies as a dinosaur. So I'm a dinosaur. And you can't argue with it. Period. End of discussion. This is the current climate in which we live. Rawr! See? I'm a dinosaur. Mr. Darwin in the house. Okay, so I want to get these things inked, so I capture the video for it, and then at some point I'm gonna re-chop all this into like an instructional video, and probably redo like voiceover with it. So, okay, let's get rid of that. And switch it back. Mr. Darwin in the house. How you doing? Charles, you're salty, right? Am I remembering that right? It's hard to keep track of. Like, this is a thing that should go in my notes. Like, hey, keeping track of, you know, people you know on one platform that have different names on different platforms. Keeping track of that can be a challenge sometimes. Where are we at? Is that visible? Oh, okay. Either way. Okay, so we've got... I'm just gonna finish these up quick. We got pre-stream checklist, and that is... Bam. Notes on what needs to kind of go in there, what I'm working with. We've got show notes. Trackers. Wait. Oh no, that's... Okay, yeah, that book is done. For now. Now we've got Content Brain, and we can label them too, if there's time. But I want to get them inked. We've got mission statement, key, index and key, yeah. Mission statement, trackers and goals. Okay, Mr. Darwin, you've always been... Darwin. I am forgetting there's a guy Salty, PT Salty, over on Kick and Twitch, and he uses a different name on YouTube, and I forget... I'm forgetting what it... I'm forgetting which Aussie, because he's an Aussie too. Like, which one did he match up with? I know it's not Kieran. It's not Darwin. What's his name? I don't know, I haven't talked to him in a little bit, so... Oh no, I ripped it! How? Okay. Oh, what happened? The camera... Camera died. Oh. Well, that'll do it. I got the camera temporarily plugged in to where one of my key lights goes, and I guess I hit the turn off button. That's why I was frozen for a little bit, but yeah, here we go. Second book. I don't know how long that's been frozen. That's what I forgot to do. I'm working on this table, moving chat over here. There we go. Now I can see chat while I'm doing stuff. You haven't touched Twitch in 10 years? It's getting close to 10 since I got started with it. The very first thing that made me make an account on Twitch was a creator. He's still around, and he's on multiple platforms now too, and he helped clarify the firearms policies on Twitch. It's Steven FRA, which stood for Fugitive Recovery Agent, and then he changed his name to Steven IRL. And he was being a surety officer, a surety agent, bounty hunter. You know, people who were like getting warrants from and gigs from a bond company, and then people who miss court. It's like I don't know, 5% for felonies and 10% for misdemeanors, something like that. Where that's the price they get to go and get this person and bring them and bring them to court for people who miss a court date. Oh, that is. And he was streaming it on Twitch. Getting into that was what got me into Twitch. I didn't know anything about anything about live streaming prior to that, other than it was Twitch where some like World of Warcraft people. I knew it was where you could see raiders do world firsts on World of Warcraft. Or like competitive Arena. Or other, I guess, competitive other games. I didn't know that there were other really... Like, I didn't know about Counter-Strike. That it was a very competitive thing. Or esports in general. That's what got me into it. And then, started jumping up on some panel shows, and after a bit of that, I started hitting Go Live myself, and then using it to keep track of projects for me. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then idea queue. Could have spread that out a little bit more. Okay, then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Call it 5, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll say 5 spreads for flex space. Characters. So that's 6, 7. Nope, I can't do math. Okay, no, I can. I just, don't trust. Not exactly, a little bit. Mr. Darwin? Well, I'm still gonna be live, but we'll be over, in just a minute. Actually, I'm gonna finish, I'm gonna do this one and the next one, and then we'll go, just so that's done. And then we'll go get fired up with with Chrissy. And maybe after, I'll go through and label, because we've got, it's probably going to be a short game show night again. With abbreviated. Those have been going like gangbusters. Go back. Perforated. This is the last perforated page, so this is the first spread we have. So this is the very last spread, the very last page. So we filled this one in, brainstorm, and then we hit it from the back whenever we want to brainstorm, you see. As part of the workflow. And then take the brainstorm ideas and kind of put those into a more structured. It's very abstract, like mind mapping. It's going from like, here, this is just like a sentence or two, like, or a little picture, just maybe an idea, like, hey, here's something, an idea. Then like a mind map, a brain blend map, here, brainstorms, and then when it's time to actually put something structured together, take up a page or a spread on the content plans. Honestly, a full spread for everything. And then I chunk off a bunch for that same type of thing, so that type of thing is all mixed together. And then if the next idea that becomes a content plan is a similar thing, same section, if not, it goes in the next thing. And I've got to have some kind of color code to highlight, like the top of the page, or put a tab divider on it, or something to delineate. Oh, bang. No, gotta go see what Chrissy's doing. Leave this. Test 1, 2.
Yeah, if he still lives there.
Oh,
He's a
hello.
registered sex offender.
Yeah,
He
that's-
has to be listening.
I am not. Oh, I am live, just by the way. I have been for a little bit.
Crump, just
Still
go ahead and
finishing
remove
things
yourself
up.
real quick.
What's that?
Go ahead and remove yourself from the chat really fast. Just
it's TOS, man, TOS.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'll just mute. Give me a thumbs up when it's good to go or something. I'll just mute the tab. Okay, all good.
okay, perfect. All right, go ahead.
All right. So we're good to go. I'll cut over when it's time for it to start, and perfect, easy. Oh, I should mute this too, so they can't. I can't hear y'all, but y'all can hear me. Here, I'll mute myself here too. I'm a silly monkey. One of the things I need to put in here, which I've been thinking about, but I don't have a consolidated central place to put it, is the state of how this camera right here, it's like, I need to do something like this a few different places too, but I've got it on an arm that's clamped to the back of my desk, so it's like, it's lined up right with the edge of this desk that I have this piece of cardboard just strewn out that I do my up close, you know, just objects that I'm working on at the time. This should be like, instead of an angle like this, it should be like kind of straight up and down or movable so I can angle it one way or the other. And just remembering that's a thing that I need, except when I'm actually doing it is a challenge. So that should go into this one, into the goals and trackers. Yeah, there you go. Well, as soon as I've done this, we'll check up and see if we're ready to go with the, we're done doing costs. And there we go, brainstorm. And then when we're ready, we fill it in and we hit it from the back and then work our way forward. Hit it from the back, work towards the front. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Coming up with this process and like what should be from the front and what should be from the back, that's a whole thing. Outstanding. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, I'm gonna cut over. I'm done. Well, I'm not done, but I'm gonna pause doing my stuff. I started a lot later than I wanted to. I was expecting to be all the way done. Your mom's done. I was expecting to be all the way done with this prior to the game.
Tonight.
Oh, thank God.
He had a death in friend of
Oh,
his
well,
died.
shit. Now I feel bad. Good God.
Way to go, bro.
Maybe I should wait until you finish.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, so let's make it fun. Let's go, guys. Oh, and as of next week, I think Sierra is going to be taking over doing the trivia.
Oh.
And so she'll be the one doing the questions. and
Oh,
stuff.
you mean her calling you right now?
Yeah, because I'm late. So she's like, I'm waiting.
there we go. I just transitioned, guys.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna go live. I deleted everything and started a new stream link because I was worried about stuff. So here we go.
Huh?
Set right up, get ready to play. In the brain benders arena where minds stray. From puzzles to quizzes, facts untold. Unlocking mysteries, watch them unfold. Puzzles, quizzes, mysteries unfold. Brain benders meant to keep your mind on fire. Twisting and turning higher and higher. Trivia and facts keep you on your toes. Where the next challenge leads, nobody knows. Mind on fire, nobody knows. Riddles and corners, secrets to reveal. Each question a journey, every answer a seal. Cognitive playground where neurons spark. Lighting up pathways through the mental dark. Secrets.
Locked in a cage, kept in the dark. You fed me your lies, but I ate every scar. Every chain you wrapped around my soul just fueled the fire, now it's out of control. I'm unleashed, no fear, no chains. I'm a storm on the loose, I'm a beast untamed. You pushed me down, but now I'm on my feet. I was caged like a lion, now I'm unleashed. Whoa. You tried to bury me under the ground, but every shovelful just made me rebound. Now I'm tearing through the lies, ripping through the past. Every scar you gave me just made me outlast. I'm unleashed, no fear, no chains. I'm a storm on the loose, I'm a beast untamed. You pushed me down, but now I'm on my feet. I was caged like a lion, now I'm unleashed. You wanted a monster, well here I am. Your worst nightmare in the form of a man. You gave me the hate, you fed me the rage. Now you're trapped in the cage you build with your shame. I'm unleashed, no fear, no chains. I'm a storm on the loose, I'm a beast untamed. You pushed me down, but now I'm on my feet. I was caged like a lion, now I'm unleashed. Unleashed. I'm unleashed. Better run, better run. I'm unleashed.
Hi everyone.
Welcome to BBB After Dark. It is time for the Wednesday night game shows. We have a panel of superstars for you today. We have with us Caldy and Buff on the panel, and we'll get those links out momentarily. Both content creators. With us, the hostess with the mostest is Chrissy. She runs all this game show and tries to brain bend everybody whenever given the opportunity. And as always, I am a grump. Well, not last week. I was having some audio issues last week. But we're back to normal now. Things are fixed. It turned out to be one silly checkbox and a slider. But finding which checkbox and which slider, oh man, that took a few hours of solid girthy work.
Was it Gurfy meaty slubby?
Here we go. BBB After Dark. Welcome.
Let's go.
All right. Calder, you sound low.
Do I sound low? Do I need to
Yeah.
turn up?
Yeah, turn it. Turn you up.
Hold on.
Do I need to turn you up?
Hold on.
Turn up for what?
Check.
Turn
Okay,
down.
that's
for-
better.
All right, yeah. I'll just put it there we go.
Cool.
Oh,
Bro!
Yes. Buff?
Well, I was going to type it, but okay. So I've been doing, and what I was doing right before now is analog planning, like checklists, like pre-stream checklists and things. That's one of the things, like the script, because I just wung. What's the past tense of winged it? Winged it. Wang. I wanged it.
you
I
wanged it.
just wanged it, you know, and
Banged it?
yeah, the show for the show intro, and it should be something I can just. I'm really good at reading, not really thinking on the fly so much. I'm just a simple monkey.
Oh, hi, Rome. Hugsies.
And I sent you an invite and a link in the back chat so we can link the Twitch chats so that everything's all connected.
Okay.
And
And I see Anti-Foo, YouTube. Hello, Anti-Foo. And Rome gets hugsies. I can put myself down here. That way when we put ourselves in the position, we can go ahead and get the game shows
when
up
you assume the
here.
position,
I can. Yes, I can. I'm getting there.
Giggity.
Giggity, giggity.
Caldy's stuck behind it now.
Uh-oh, what happened? Who moved who? And
You
why?
you moved.
I didn't move.
Yeah, I moved Buff because he doesn't have his camera on.
I'm fine. with
Well,
that.
I'm
Oh.
going to turn my camera off. That's why.
Mer.
Ta-da! Look, she.
There, we can go to the girthy view or the tall view.
Hey. Tall view's fine.
Go to the long view. Okay.
Long view. And
So you got long view and girthy view. There's two different choices, or just regular,
I know,
but
that is
it's nothing
hilarious.
special about
I'm probably
that.
gonna stop saying portrait and landscape and say long view and girthy view.
Really, I mean that's what they are, right? I mean,
I like that better.
could be descriptive. Could be just accurately descriptive with our adjectives. We got a
Welcome
Bellatrix
to
fairy in the
the
house.
chat.
Welcome in. The chats will all be linked momentarily.
We are linking the chats and then we will start the game. Doomerang! So I'm supposed to take a point away from you every time you mention Gert.
No. That's
No.
one of the games too. Is you drink every
Oh.
time I say, like, not just me. Anytime anybody says it.
Good to see you, Doomerang. Welcome. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen now that the music stopped playing in my ears. I know it's safe. As long as I don't dox myself, right? Like I did that one time.
Preferably not. Oh yeah. Did you take care? Okay,
Oh, I forgot.
I forget what it was. It took me it was very brief to get two-factor authentication enabled. Like I can get into
Yeah.
my own thing now. I can get into your thing. Don't clip that. I did not remember when the timestamp was. I remembered you needed to edit something out though. Did you get that done?
No, I have to go back and find it.
And it was from a few months ago at this point.
Yeah,
That's exactly the type of stuff to go in the notebook, in the show notes that I'm creating.
Ah,
It's like, hey,
Ah,
here's the
okay.
thing that needs to get edited on everybody's.
are you guys
everybody
ready
was-
to play? Chat, can we get it all good? We're ready. Can we get it all good? We're ready, and we'll get started.
Well, we gotta get you connected on the Twitch first before we get started too.
Oh, I forgot about Twitch. Sorry about that.
You should have an invite, and I believe the link that I put in the back chat should also, I think if you just click that, it should bring you directly to it without having to search for the invite. I'm not sure though, so we'll be testing. This is an experiment. We're experimenting right now.
Should I knock?
Oh, I mean, if you're looking at my Twitch, yeah, that.
No, I got
that
the notification. I got it.
okay. So you did not click the link in the private chat. You just click the invitation? Okay. I'm interested to see if clicking the thing works, but we're already there. Hang on, we'll test. Abrams in the house. Welcome in, sir. And we've got, okay, coming from my Twitch, my YouTube channel, all the way through to Twitch, scraping back over to Chrissy's Twitch, and then into the StreamYard. We have full comms going on.
Alright, let's go. We are mighty feisty tonight.
So this is panel versus chat. Whenever it's chat's turn, what appears on the screen is the tiebreaker. So wherever you're watching this from, your chat should appear on the screen. And the order that it appears, when there needs to be a tiebreaker of who said something first, that's going to be the tiebreaker.
Well, hello, Charles Darwin. Alright, so we're ready?
Alright.
We're ready. Let's get going before we piss off Buff. Okay.
First turn is always chat, and the first round going first is always chat, and the first round is always a spin because you kind of have to. For 400, chat, what is the only U.S. state that borders just one other? And to clarify, Chrissy, this is just one other state, not one other entity. Is that correct?
Correct. That is correct. I actually wrote these questions this week.
Well, hey, they should be better in general.
So we're screwed.
Oh, thanks, Buff. I love you too, Twinsy.
Ah, yes. Bellatrix, that is an item that we have. I'm not sure that it can be worked on. Bellatrix would like us to work on the letters that are available versus not being not white and gray so that they're easier to see. And we have November from chat. Yeah, I mean, it might be doable, but it's not something simple. This is kind of a pre-made thing. But chat is going November with a big old N.
Come on.
Did it? Oh, look at that. Okay, it just came through.
Spin. I solve.
There is an issue with the setup. The cameras are covering. I'll see if I can work on this. They're going to spin, I believe. Yeah, chat is spinning, and Rome is Clark Gabling, Clark or Gabling. For 300, chat. What? What would you like? I'm gonna fiddle with this a bit. We got M, Mikey. We've got Mikeys in the house.
Okay, chat. Spin. Buy or solve.
Okay, Chrissy, I updated the layout that we're using right now so that the cameras I shrank the vertical on the game screen. There might be a better way to do this so that the cameras aren't covering part of the score.
I don't know what you mean by the cameras.
The cameras for the participants for panel? You know, at the bottom of the view in StreamYard?
Yeah.
I just FYI, I modified it a little bit because cameras were covering part of the game board. It's good to go for now, but might want to...
Okay.
There might be a way to make it better later, but we've got to solve main. With a girthy 700-point lead, good jump out in front, chat. It is now panel's turn. What is the oldest continuously inhabited city in the world? And we're gonna auto spin for the first.
Yeah, Velcro, what do you think? Ben? Yeah, Velcro says.
For 200.
Kind of a loss for this one. What you
I'm
thinking?
thinking a T.
I'm down with T. I'm not positive, but that will suss it out, and it's a very common letter. A tango.
No, don't
Well.
listen to the black guy.
Ah, that was my downfall the whole time. Listening to the... Oh, man.
Jesus.
Don't clip that. That would be in poor taste.
Velcro just said, "What a shitty answer, Buff."
I'm trying to understand this question.
I was... Well, we can't talk about it. Okay, chat is spinning. We can't really talk about...
Yeah,
But the one I was thinking has kind of a T in the middle. For 600, chat.
what do you want, girl?
What's your pleasure?
It's really not
Dang.
We've got a Charlie. And as always, we're starting out with single, whatever the first answer from chat is, whether it's for the phase of the game or the answer or to whatever it is. If we've got a lot of participation, then we'll go to whatever gets the first two for confirmation. So chat, that was good to go. The Charlie is good for 600. Would you like to spin solve, or you can buy a vowel? We have spins. Spin to win. A Mooseman in the house. Kevin, good to see you again in chat from earlier today. Bellatrix Fairy. Lemon Pie is here. Welcome in, everybody.
Lemon Pie, always good to see you. Kevin, Theme Park Adventure, wonderful. Moose Man, amazing.
JP's
Sarah.
Tabernac. Doomerang, as always.
Yeah.
Rome.
I love Doomerang. I miss Doomerang.
Rome isn't the girthy assistant. She's the assistant to the girth. For 200, chat.
Rome's a big old gal. You
Don't clip that. That wouldn't. I'm not sure which way that was going. Oh, hotel is got it. Would you like to spin, solve, or buy?
Nobody said hotel to me. I had to pop over and see for myself.
Oh, you know what? Wait, no, Charlie, and then
A bunch of hotels.
yeah. Wait, did I not?
Spin, spin, spin.
Nobody told me anything.
Oh, that's my bad.
So
We've got
I
spins.
literally popped over and I was like, I see 3 H's. I'm going with hotel.
Yeah, no, that's my bad. I clearly saw a squirrel. Chat for 700. I was lemon pie. I was too busy saying girthy, so distracted. Everybody has a drink.
How do I still not know what this is?
Oh, that's a bunch of R's.
We've got Romeo. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if Buff was telling me what was in chat or if he was making the.
The for me it all just appeared at once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I heard a bunch
yeah.
of R's and I was like, is he referencing something?
with hard
not talking
R.
about pirate lore.
It was
I didn't think you were.
pirate lore or a hard R. You never know. We've got some
Yeah,
spins.
I didn't know what hard R he was going for.
Arr.
Sad pirate noises. For 200, chat. Venomous in the house. We've got some Juliet. We get a lemon pie,
Venomous.
2 J's.
and then a Mooseman, and then also a Kevin theme park adventure, and then we've got Solve, Ah, now I know what it is.
Why was I thinking in the United States?
Of course, naturally.
It didn't say in the United States.
No, it didn't say it, but Caldy, I'm there with you. Initially, at first, I kind of thought, oh, the theme is in U.S. geography because it was states, but no, that is not the theme. And we've got Jericho. Kevin made it plural, but I mean, it's close enough. And now we're going to an odd round. We're going to round 3. This is just chat starting like normal. Chat is womping up on it. Chat, what is the only U.S. state with a Spanish motto? And the first turn will be an automatic spin. Yes, Mooseman. The round 2 was we guessed a wrong letter. I was going Vatican, which I know isn't right, but it was the only thing that fit and I could think of at the time, and I think that's where Buff was going too. For 400. Chat. Is that where you're going, Buff? Vatican? Or
No, I don't know where I'm from.
yeah, I was like, it fits. We got Doomerang with a Zulu. And thus, the panel regained control.
Well, I think
Gotta
let's
spin.
try that spin there, buddy. Oh.
You're so funny, Buff.
I want more than $200.
Colby, what'd you say? You're a little low again.
I want more than $200.
Spanish
Oh,
motto.
okay. Well, then you tell them that you're better than $200. You demand that, man.
I'm better than $200. $400.
I want $900.
I know where, I mean, everybody knows where Doomerang was going, but I'm
thinking, oh god.
it's not that.
In?
Yeah, go with it. Oh, wait.
It doesn't begin with N.
No, because Doomerang just messed up on the one that I thought this was.
Come on, guys.
Hello, boys. T or S? You guys want to go with T or S?
Not that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure which state has. I'm just trying to think what states fit in these letters.
Okay, so you guys
Yeah.
have said N, T,
If
and
there's
S.
if there's an N, I know what it is.
Do you guys want to go with N?
I don't.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
It's
Go me. I don't care.
that's yeah, fine. Ah, okay, that's what it is. Then we spin.
Spin.
It's kind of funny that it's that one. There's not that many letters to choose from. We got Tango. Yeah,
M.
either one. Yeah.
M
You want-
isn't Mary.
You want Mike? Fine, but yeah, Mike, and we got to spin though.
What are we up to?
800, but we got to spin.
Because there's only one more constant.
Yeah.
I,
Yep.
sh-
But we don't want to give that away either. But we got to spin.
yeah, I think we solved.
No,
We're at this point,
No,
so we got.
no.
All right.
We
Dude,
really.
they're at
I've
like
been-
$3
I've
grand,
been
dude.
outvoted. I have been outvoted.
We got to spin. There is spin. For 200.
That juicy tea in there.
The girthy tea.
Arguing over freaking $200.
It's a girthy tea.
Let's solve.
We solve.
Solve.
Panel solves.
Montana.
Montana.
I have no idea what their state motto is.
How
Me either. Like,
I don't have that magnet on my refrigerator.
and wait, let's verify what round it is. I think this is back to panel. I believe this is round 6. but I'm not
Yeah,
positive.
it's back to us because we stole that one.
Yeah.
Bro, I know the answer because I'm the one that wrote the question. So I'm gonna put it in back chat.
Oh, just which round it is? Oh, I just want. I mean, I don't need to.
No, I want you to read that. That is Montana State motto.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't like. I didn't know that one.
Yeah. And
Oh.
And this is round. Wait, 4.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I was jumping in.
From each other.
Yeah, it's the changing possession. That's what threw off my count. Okay, we're round 4. We're back to panel. And panel,
Yes.
in 2015, which country started thanking people via text message when their donated blood was used?
I don't, let me see. I don't think Somalia fits.
I'm gonna do something. I may disconnect. Be advised.
Look up the answer.
Oh.
While you're just...
Well, spin. Let's go ahead and get
Okay.
that out of the way.
Okay. Thank you, Beth.
That's unfortunate. Let's
Ooh, 900.
F.
That's a lot of money.
I'm not panel for just a moment. I'm having a technical difficulty.
Actually, no. Actually, no. I'm gonna change that to a C.
And I'm gonna agree with you. Just to
Are
keep-
you kidding me?
I don't know what
There's only one I can think of. Man, that ain't it. All right.
Can you guys let me know if chat wants to spin, buy, or solve?
we
Oh, I
got
can pull
one-
that up. We've got a spin.
Okay.
A
Either spin or
moosey-
solve at this point,
A
sorry.
very moosey spin.
I can't see. I'm in the game board.
For 100, chat. We've got a November.
That's 2 of them. How do I back out of this without doing it the wrong way?
Chat, spin, solve, or you can't. You don't have enough to purchase. So none of that.
None of those shenanigans. Spin or solve.
No shenanigans to be had that day.
They're spinning.
We've got some spins.
Let's go, chat. Let's go. Spin that wheel.
For 100. We've got a Sierra. Sierra.
Hi,
That's
Sierra.
2 of them.
I'm pretty sure I know what this is. I didn't know what it was, but those letters has been given away. We've got a spin. A very moosey spin. I've got a little bit of breathing room right now, but I just ran, like, I'm recording and I just ran out of space, so I'm shuffling some stuff around. For 200, chat. Oh, we've got a tiebreaker. First one up was,
2 W's.
oh no. First one in. The tiebreaker is Delta. Bellatrix with the Delta.
I got 2. I got Mooseman with. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Alright,
the
so our
we
chat-
use the
our
on-screen.
chat's on sync.
Mm-hmm.
I
No,
got
are you looking
Mooseman
at
with
the
a.
screen?
I got Mooseman with a W, I got Bellatrix with a D, and then I got Kevin with a
Yep,
W.
that's
So
see
the
that's
W
why it's
won
tricky
that.
sometimes. Yeah, in the list on the chat on the side, it's not necessarily in the exact order. And for
I'm looking at
transparency,
the chat through
we got
StreamYard.
yep, and the on-screen one, that's what we have to use as the tiebreaker.
The one on screen that Grump's channel is also playing.
Oh,
Okay,
and
so
also
this
your
is
Facebook,
broken.
like everybody who's not in Chrissy's
This is-
YouTube.
This is broken then.
No, you
No,
have
it's
to
not.
look on screen, and it'll show Grump
No,
and mine.
I'm looking at the comments coming through the StreamYard chat itself that
Right,
we
but-
are in. Mooseman
Grump's-
had WN first at 1204, then Bellatrix with 1204 at
No,
D, and then right
No,
behind
look at
him
it on the
was
on
Kevin
before.
at 1204.
No,
with a
Buff.
W.
Look at the on-screen one, the one that just changed shape here. See how it's changing shape? It's up tall. It's up enough you can see. Bellatrix had a delta
You
in
got
first.
Two different.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's different
Okay,
from
how
the
about
one
we
that's in the
spin
StreamYard.
The other letter.
We use this one, and they're spinning.
Thank you. I love you, Grump. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, we have to use the one that's on screen as the tiebreaker, just because that's what everybody can see. For 500 chat, we have whiskey, a moosey whiskey. Oh.
You're awesome, Buff.
Okay, this makes sense now. This makes sense.
What's
And we've got some solves. Solving. We got a Bella Moose. Solve, and then a Sweden. And then a Kevin also solving. And then a Kevin Sweden. And then a Lemon Pie Sweden. And then a more Bellatrix with more Swedens. And so this is gonna be chat,
That
I
was
believe.
sweet.
Yeah, this is, we're back odd. This is chat starting again. Chat's been running away with it.
That was
Caldy, your mic sounds like you threw it into another room. You might be using the wrong source.
no, I'm using the same one. Is it missed? It
You're
missed-
very. You know what? Let me. Chat. What color are the arches at McDonald's in Sedona, Arizona? Caldy left, presumably troubleshooting audio. Okay.
We need Colby. What happened? Come bring him back.
You know, he left. I believe he's like rejoining to troubleshoot audio. And it's a spin. It's first round spin. And we've got spin requests.
Delay of gain.
For 600, Lemon Pie is postulating that Velcro ate Caldy.
That's funny, lemon pie.
We've got a Sierra, and we've got a Caldy back. Go to long, swap that out, and then we can go girthy again. What color are the arches at the McDonald's in Sedona, Arizona? First one up was Sierra. From a Mooseman, and then a Kevin.
Oh, Sierra. Okay, duh.
Oh yeah, I was saying Sierra, not that she's. I don't see Sierra doing anything cute, because your daughter can only do cute things, you know, the kids.
Yeah.
Chat, would you like to spin, solve, or purchase a vowel? We have spins. Spinnings, moose spins.
Do that check real quick.
That sounds very similar to it did before. I'm gonna mess with your settings. Chat 200.
We'll turn you up, Colby.
Yeah, I'm blaring over
Oh,
here.
that's better. That's better.
blaring?
I'm like all the way up. I can't get any louder.
No, that sounds better, Grump.
Okay, I've got you at about 3/4 of the max. It's like, you know, 160-ish inside
Sounds
StreamYard.
much better. Though.
You might have auto. Hang on, is there auto? We got Tango.
It sounds like he was in a box.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Very box. Still kinda. Okay, no automatic. And I bumped you up just a little more. We'll see how that goes. Tango. So spin, solve, and we have a moose, a very moosey spin. A very moose-like spin. 900.
Oh, go, guys. Come on. $900.
I've got a brainstorm idea that there's no way to implement it right now. Romeo. We've got all kinds of Romeos. The first one up was Bella. Bellatrix quick on the draw with the Romeo. And then a Mooseman, Mr. Tabernac, Jake, and then we've got a Faria. Falaria, excuse me. X-Falaria X. Now playing a game in the house. Would you like to spin, solve, or buy? Chat. Yeah. We have spins. And then, immediately, Quebec's. For 600 Quebec. So the idea, Chrissy, I don't think there's a way to implement this in this game, is to do like Scrabble letter scores also in some kind of way. Yeah, you see like that, it'd be really cool, but I don't think there's a way to do it with this format.
No, but if they call the letter out before the number hits for the cost, the value, we could double it.
Oh dear God.
I'm just saying, I don't want to make it more complicated.
Spin, solve, or buy, chat. Yeah. Just, you know, hey, throwing it out there, so I said it, it's recorded, and you heard it now.
Yep.
We've got a solve. First up, we've got solves. We got a Moosey solve, and then a turquoise. Turquoise. Turquack Eloise.
Is that how you spell turquoise?
Yeah. And now, back to panel. Here we go. Round 6, panel's turn. What is the most common street name in the United States?
I'll tell you right now, this on screen ain't the answer.
Spin.
For 300, man, everything I'm thinking of is shorter than...
T.
For 300, I don't want to do that. That was at least double, man. For 300. Okay. We gotta spin. We gotta spin.
I'm just saying, he called it out.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's fine. We're doing first, you know, first calls right now. Still too. For 400.
I'm scared to answer now.
Well, I mean, we know the second one, there's... I mean, that there's doubles in there. So, I mean, I'm not sure what the first, like... what the first word is, and I don't... Buff, you got any ideas for the first one? I think we all got the second one.
S.
Yeah, that's safe. Sierra. Panel's going Sierra.
Got it.
Wait, there's no way that's it.
I think it is.
Wait, hang on, back chat. You think it's that?
Oh, did we lose?
No. Oh, wait, hang on. I haven't been doing my duties here. We lost a turn. It is now chat's turn. Command of the board has changed. I forgot we had those. That's my bad. I'm away for a week and things just fall apart. For me. We got a spin. A moosey spin. For 300.
Oh Big Bird would be proud.
Buff, you see in the back chat? I think it's that. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense at all. We've got Romeos. That's the opposite of what makes sense. That's the antipodes of making sense. It's on the polar opposite side of the world of what makes sense.
I don't know.
It can't be that. Chat, would you like to spin solve or do a funny picture? We've got spins.
I dare you, chat, to buy a vowel. I dare you.
Oh, Caldy dared ya, chat, for 700. 700 skis. We got we got Mooseman with the big D.
Damn you and your Big D.
It is. That's wild. Chat, would you like to spin solve or spend all those delicious points on buying a vowel? You know, because there's two E's.
D in
I mean, I don't want to get. Wait, hang.
D in sesame.
I don't want to give that away. We've got spins. Oh.
Follow that bird.
For 100. Oh, that would. Yeah, Caldy. No, seriously, what you like? How is this?
Yeah.
November first up.
This is hurting my brain.
Yeah, it's seriously. Chat, would you like to spin solve or? I mean, those vowels are looking pretty tasty. Kind of, girthy vowels there. Yeah. What's going on there, chat? Get some of those girthy vowels? Huh? Oh, we've got Bellatrix bringing up the solve heat.
Got 2 CCs.
It's a solve. Oh. Wait, that's my mistake. It is, well, chat, you're gonna, we'll make it right. If you get it, if you solve, you get some kind of bonus points. I missed that Moose had a spin up. Bellatrix had guess and then corrected it with solve, which I shouldn't have taken that as back at that point anyway, because Kevin said spin above it also. That's my bad. I was reassembling things in the wrong order. And we've got solving with 2nd Street for whatever the points is. We'll say an extra
Damn you, lose a turn.
extra something.
What happened to the first street?
Well, it was taken out.
It's 1100. Chrissy, can we give him a bonus? I don't know, like what? Call it 300, because they didn't get to do. And there were guesses, there were letters that were the right letter. So the bonus 300 I think is fair or appropriate.
900
Or 500
is the
maybe.
highest that they could score, highest they could roll. That could have been the highest that they could get, so I'm giving them automatically 900. To be fair.
I was going with most like mode or most common, but
But they could have rolled a 900.
they could
And
have.
then we'd be ripping
Yeah,
them
no,
off.
that's fair. That's fair. So chat is running away. They could have also lost a turn
Yes, they could have.
or gone bankrupt. So
But we
that's
never gave him the chance.
that's fine. We're back to actually I don't know. Round 7. It is chat's turn again. What is the only U.S. state that does not have a rectangular flag?
What? Zoom in.
For 400.
Oh. 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 Oh.
We got a Moosey Hotel. And that is possibly the safest thing possible that you could have done. Good strategery, Moose and Kevin. Even if you didn't know, that's the safest play. Next we have Solve. Kevin is solving Ohio. Because H, if it was Utah, even if you didn't know, just the states with 4 letters, what you've got Utah, Ohio, and I think Iowa, and that's, I want to say off the top of my head, that's it. H, if you didn't know at all, and you needed a consonant, H is the safest thing because it's in 2 out of the 3. That was a good play. We're back to panel for what could be our final round. What is the driest place on Earth?
Good lord. Spin.
And it's an auto spin. For 400.
How you guys feel about N?
I'm game. Right.
I've got the last word.
Glad you do.
Spin by Solve.
Spin?
Spin.
Oh. The panel has gone bankrupt, and it is now chat's turn. Would you like to spin, chat? Okay, I've got all except the first word. I'm working on it. But it is chat, and chat is, these chats are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these chats are gonna spin all over you. Spin. For 600. We've got Lemon Pie, inquisitive to the rest of chat, not answering. But if the rest of chat would like to go with Sierra, Lemon Pie is asking. But Mooseman with a girthy D. Just thrusting it into the answer here. Double D's on the board. From a Mooseman. And that... Okay. Chat, would you like to... We've got spins. We've got spins. I'm still... Okay. For 100, chat. I've still got the last letters, just not the first one. Romeo. We've got a Moosey Romeo. Chat, would you like to spin? We are spinning. Chat is spinning. Excuse me. Not we. Not the royal we. You are spinning, chat. Just you.
Why aren't you guys buying vowels? You guys got a lot of money.
700.
Caldy.
They can afford it. I mean, I don't think there's coming back from this. We've got Mooseman pointing out that the panel is taking the L right now. We've got a Lima and Kevin Theme Park and Mooseman both pointing out the panel is taking an L. Okay,
Panel?
the panel is taking an L. Okay, yeah, I've still got all the words except that first one. What? Oh, what's it called? Chat, would you like to? We've got spins. Chat doing a little meat spin. For 200.
Looks like this is gonna be one of those terms they use in Montana.
A tango.
Yeah, if you get the joke, you get the joke.
Thank you, Caldy.
You're welcome.
It was cute.
Okay, I know what it is. John Card.
Felt like I finally
We're-
figured it out.
Moose is spinning and Bella the backup spin.
This has been like a debated. You know what? Alright, never mind.
Sierra's gonna start taking over these game boards, so you won't have to worry about
For-
me doing them anymore.
For 700. Chat.
I'm a moron when it comes to this. I overthink these. I overthink these so hard.
With a
We all
mic. Oh, Mooseman. That's a good play. There you go.
Good old Marmaduke.
He was a large dog.
do. Great
Was
play.
So he was a Dane. Scooby-Doo was a Dane also. And we've got a Moosey
Really?
spin. Yeah. Scooby-Doo was a great Dane.
I didn't know he was a great game.
There's a fan theory that might be real. For 200, chat. Charlie. Mooseman's getting ahead of the game. That Scooby-Doo, that all the different shows, including the movies, are all canon. And it's all Spin Solver by chat. That it's all the people that Scooby-Doo is actually this kind of like not demonic but otherworldly entity that keeps like whenever it gets found out what he is, he destroys and then reconstructs from their parts the whole new crew. So like Velma and Daphne and Shaggy, they've always they just keep getting recreated as a new Velma, Daphne and Shaggy and whatever the other guy's name, Fred. But then every time it's like Velma keeps remembering, so he has to kill them all and then reconstruct them into new ones. Yeah, it's wild.
Flat Earth theory, right?
We've got a Moosey solving with the McMurdo Dry Valleys in Antarctica.
Yeah.
That's
Totally not a place in Chile. It's
I was thinking
Antarctica.
about the one in Chile, but it's like that's not long enough.
It was neither long nor girthy enough to be in Chile. Chat. I mean, we've had no mulligans. I mean, we can go through the last two rounds.
More rounds?
Yeah, these are going
No,
quick.
Chat wins with no opposition.
With no opposition, chat just takes it. We got like 1,000. Yeah, that's concede. Caldy, you in?
Chat wanna end it
We
here.
concede, yeah. Usually we leave the last two rounds as a mulligan to make up for mulligans, and we'll just continue with that. Oh man, I gotta. Do...
All right.
Oh,
all right,
man.
all right, chat. I'm cash tapping.
You are very muffly, Caldy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner! Now you are a champion on BBB's Brain Blender!
And chat running away with it for the panel.
You have failed the realm of reason. The night shall escort you to exile.
Do you know what happens to losers here?
Oh man, yeah, chat ran away with it. Like we even stealing around because chat got an oopsie. We couldn't pull.
Got oopsies.
That pullout game was weak. We couldn't pull it out.
Am I still muffled, Sonny?
Very quiet compared to normal. Hang on, let me check your.
Like I'm right here on the mic.
You're turned way up, man. Is it?
Check your microphone settings. 'Cause
Dude,
it sounds like
Bro, it's the same settings that I was talking to earlier. Like, I'll drop.
The dog drop, Caldy.
Oh, you're fine. Just it's very muffled
Hear you.
and quiet.
You sound muffled. Caldy, do you have anything plugged in for your guitar or anything?
No.
no. You
No,
could you
it's,
stop playing that for a
I've-
second? Whatever that is.
I've been on I was on Zach's panel and then I
Yeah,
talked
you
to-
sounded
talked
good
to
over
him.
there. When we talked, you sounded good.
Yeah,
For some reason,
and I've literally got the same settings. So I don't know.
Oh,
Let me drop out and come back.
you sound better now.
Let's take a quick break. Anyways, I have
Yes.
to use the restroom, so.
And we've got a
quick break.
unique prepping Zach in the house who came and is joining us. Welcome in, Zach. I was in the middle of troubleshooting. I did see you. Hello, sir. Welcome in. There's a lot
There you
going
go,
on.
Lemon pie. Lemon pie says,
okay.
"That's what you get for that trash talking title, BBB."
Check.
Garbage category.
That is louder. That is louder and clearer.
I don't
Wow,
know
these-
why it changes while
You know what it could be, okay, which sometimes it impacts, sometimes it doesn't. If you're using a Chromium-based browser, and I don't remember if we talked about this before, public service announcement, okay, StreamYard, inside StreamYard, it can happen. It doesn't always happen, but it can happen, where even though you select don't auto-adjust, it can still auto-adjust. If you have, there's a setting, allow WebRTC to adjust volume, and that's not adjusting the application volume, it's adjusting your system volume for the microphone hardware device. There's a setting.
Well, here's the crazy thing. It only happens when I'm talking to you, Ruffle. Like, it's only happened when I'm talking to you. So I got to figure out what the setting is. Because the other night, when me and you were talking, it was doing the same thing, where I had to drop out and come back in.
But it's not just me here, like everybody else, you're all hearing it the same as me, right? Where it sounds like, it was sounding like he was far away or a different device or something. And then like muffly and quiet. Or is that just me?
No, it sounds different than what I was hearing tonight between two different rooms or whatever channels we were on, between Zach's and what we were talking about in private. It sounds like you're in a tin can somewhere. I can hear you, I can make out everything you're saying, but the quality, it's like, I think it's something StreamYard is doing.
Yeah, it feels weird.
Caldy, just cover up your mic with your hands and talk at the same distance, and let's see, like, just quick if you could, so we can see if that impacts it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh.
check.
Oh, you're so much clearer.
That's
All of a sudden, he's like loud and clear.
that was not one of my expected outcomes. Like, oh no, wait, hang on, did you leave a hole?
No, it's like I'm using an omnidirectional mic anyway, so like it's like I've
Now
always
that's better right there.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna talk like this all night. So,
Okay, well, we've confirmed you're using the right device anyway, so that's off the tape. Like, that's not even a factor, okay? Because
Okay,
normally when that
that's
happens, I would
deal.
suspect a different, like, that just the settings on the StreamYard selected a different device. It happens sometimes. Sometimes it gets reset. And that's also a way to reset without leaving and coming back, is to go into your settings and while connected, change to a different device and then change back. That'll reset the StreamYard connection to it. Sometimes that can fix audio issues.
Caldy, I like your haircuts, by the way.
thank you, Matt.
You're welcome. I noticed little things. Sorry.
I did it because I was showing up all the bald-headed sons of bitches with my luscious locks that were starting to whirl around my face. And I was like, I gotta cut this. I'm making people mad.
We call you
Alright,
Caldy
so-
Luscious Locks now. That's your
You guys
name.
can go ahead and talk. I'm gonna need just a minute so I can.
Are
need
these
a
not
break.
the
I need a
same
quick
categories from last week?
They're always the same categories, different questions.
Or usually, yeah. Talk amongst yourselves, coffee, daughters, dogs, no big whoop.
Don't be talking about that girthy stuff now, okay?
Girth-free topics
Related
only.
to Tom Hanks, or how are we doing this
I just need a minute. I have to.
But hang on, I gotta turn
Oh,
this down.
go!
Yeah, Chrissy, go.
Okay.
We're trying to do entertainment here while to fill in the gap. Giggity. What was about Tom Hanks? I'm sorry, I missed it. Buff, what were you saying?
Are all these questions going to be related to Tom Hanks?
Could be.
Going to be related to.
It could be that they all are, or it could be that just TV and movie madness, or it could be, TV and movie madness could be, the category could be all like the theme. Usually there's a theme within each category of something that fits within that framework. Like 80s movies that Tom Hanks was in could be a theme. And then, yeah, even though there's no TV shows, movies fit in the category.
Alright, so I'm glad I got you here because I wanted to get your
Ooh.
input on this last time. What the hell defines a mind-blowing fact?
That's kind of like the random... mind-bending
How-
facts...
How old am I?
52?
Mind-blowing fact. I'm not. But I don't know. I'm just being an asshole.
Yeah, mind-bending facts and categorize this are kind of like anything, whatever she feels like can be the... And it can be something super specific, too. I usually don't like either of those. Sometimes they're fun. But the categories on this...
From what movie was the song What Shall I Die Joe?
Oh, man, one week it was like... one week the category, like, inside one of the categories or something, I think it was in the TV and movie madness, the theme was like, who produced this episode of, like, Star Trek? And it was the names of the different episodes, essentially. Like, the Tribbles episode. Like, who produced the Tribbles episode? Like, excuse me, who the... Even hardcore Trekkies or Trekkers, I forget which thing they like to be called, even them, I think, are gonna be, like...
Trekkies.
Are gonna be at a loss to... Because the super... like, ultra nerds that know every fact about every episode, and, like, that, hey, the scene on this other show was built in some dude's garage, and he happened to be a guy who worked on the set, but he recreated the original Star Trek show's, like, bridge in his garage, and they actually used that to shoot one of the things. I learned that because of this show. I didn't know that. Now I do.
this, Starfleet Academy has been officially canceled.
Is that a show or a game?
Oh.
Oh, it was a
don't
cartoon.
worry about it.
That was a cartoon animated
No.
one, wasn't it?
No. That was the latest live action crap that Paramount Plus greenlit. The season 1 just finished, and when they commissioned it, they automatically did 2 seasons. And now the show is woke as hell. Everybody's gay on the show. No offense, but they are.
And you get to be gay, and you get to be gay. Everybody's gay. I mean, that's how modern shows work. And every relationship has to be interracial, and
Yeah,
every
they-
relationship is also gay. Like, every person is gay unless it's a relationship, and then you get a 50-50 of being gay or interracial. And then there's also a Venn diagram where it, like, there's a quota where it has to be both.
You know some Star Wars, right?
A bit. I'm not the biggest into it. I remember all the movies, and I did even though I got to see it for free before it came out, like a premiere for the episode 9 of the Star Wars. It was like for free, where I got to like eat like at a movie tavern type of place, free drinks, and a free dinner. Couldn't save it. I walked out. Like, I waited until the lightsaber fight on the piece of the whatever in the water. Just as soon as that happened, then I left.
Oh, well then let me put it like this. The latest thing from, since the Disney acquisition, in TV show relation, the latest thing from them was a series called The Acolyte, where they just basically
Those
shit all over Star Wars.
That was the hey, just so I'm clear, you're talking about the right thing. I never saw it, but it was basically about space communist lesbians that broke most of the rules of the lore.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Okay.
Yes.
Like,
That was the
we've got
most-
armor that breaks lightsabers now.
That was
Okay.
the most hated thing at the time, and then this Alex Kurtzman, thank you very much. They made this Starfleet Academy crap, and they are now calling that show Starfleet Academy worse than the Acolyte, and that's a big
That's a big deal.
statement to make.
That's a big deal.
After watching both of them, like, yeah. I would rewatch The Acolyte before I watch Starfleet Academy again.
I thought I remembered seeing a little like clip or snippet or promo or something for it. It's live action, not 3D animated.
Live action. Yes.
Huh. Okay. I'm thinking of something else, but I vaguely
You might be
remember
thinking
seeing
about
it.
Below Decks with Star Trek. Might be
I
thinking
don't
about
know.
Below Decks. That's some animated
I-
shit that, well, it's all Alex Kurtzman, whatever.
I like Star Trek and I like the idea of Star Trek. I just don't like sitting and watching it. If that makes sense.
Fair enough.
With a super chat, we'll wait until Chrissy gets back also, but
Oh.
Sierra in the house. Jay and Silent Bob Jay and Silent Bob oranges?
I have no idea what that is.
Thank you, Sierra. From the bottom of Chrissy's heart.
Give me money.
What
Wait,
is
She should be paying you. Now, Sierra, demand your reparations.
I think the Star Trek fans get a bit nerdier than the Star Wars fans, but then up until fairly recently, they had a lot more to pull from too, and like different flavors of Star Trek, like fans of the different shows. And then isn't there written material also? Like, was there books for Star Trek? I don't.
There's books for both.
Yeah, I know there's books for Star Wars, and like a
I
lot of people are
think,
upset that
like,
some of those stories haven't been done. But did Star Trek also
I'm
have
mistaken-
like books?
If I'm not mistaken, Star Wars has more books and novels, but Star
Oh.
Trek has more of an expansive universe.
Oh yeah. Oh, hang on.
Star Trek.
Hang on,
Star
Buff.
Trek
Just
is
a moment. We got to
very
pause.
broader.
Chrissy, I didn't know that there was one off the top of my head, but is it called Super Chat? Ah, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have received a super chat. Thank you for enhancing the game.
I should have dropped the chat message off the screen before playing it, but there you go. Thank you. I didn't know there was a video for it. I need to do that. I mean, about to.
Oh yeah, she got
Need to
that
make a super chat
button
video.
holder. She has a prompt for that.
I wanna know what Jay and Silent Bob Orange is, though, Sierra.
No idea what that is.
Uh,
Sounds like it's animated.
Oh,
Sierra's oranges taste like straight ganja. Oh yeah, man.
Damn, your mic sounds good now.
Big ups. Big ups.
are you double fisting your?
Cody's back, ladies and gentlemen. You're in trouble now.
It sounds a little echoey, but way better than before. Like you're
Oh, ain't no
fine, you're
damn
good.
Echo. You're fine.
Why would you say a little echoey? Now I'm gonna be saying.
Yeah, now you're gonna fuck with him. Good job, asshole.
How about this?
I don't hear no echo. That's a problem. That's a problem with his audio. Fuck him.
No, I was just Caldy. I know you're an audio guy. I was just messing with you. It was a bad joke on my part. Bad grump, no cookie.
That was just mean.
Yeah, I'm a jerk. So Buff, where we were at? Yeah, there was more, and there's like Star Wars. There's books. The Star Trek. They have more different pieces, and I think a longer timeline than Star Wars. You think?
Yeah, Star Trek has.
These are like
definitely
generations.
a longer timeline.
Like hundreds of
there is
years.
So much. Because Star Trek outdates Star Wars. As it goes to like concept and expansion and everything. But Star Trek is like, more science fiction, as Star Wars is science opera.
It was space. Yeah, space.
Space opera, yeah. Science opera.
Not cowboy, not space western, but yeah, space something, space soap opera, not space soap opera. Like Firefly was a space western.
That's it. That's what
You
it
guys
is.
are
That's
cracking
what it is.
me up.
Space opera. Space opera.
Space
I have no idea what they're talking about.
But a lot of the love that goes more towards Star Wars is the Jedi and light swords. I mean, jeez.
And then the
Star
show that
Trek
should have been a
is more
thing.
technical and ethical and
Yeah, the do not mess with, uncontacted civilization. And the original Roddenberry Star Trek show was like, it was super progressive about talking about, like, in a way that could be shown on TV at the time, like social issues and stuff too. First interracial kiss, I think, was on Star Trek.
Shatner and
Uhura was hot too. She was a smoke show in the friggin' 70s. I mean, like the skirt came down to like couldn't have bent over on the show.
Oh my! I've never had a taste of the dark meat. Oh.
Jay and Silent Bob's selling oranges on the highway. Maybe if they're like ganja oranges.
This is oranges.
And then Sierra said this, and then
Yes, we saw.
said
That's
this.
what her. I believe that the oranges. This one was in reference to the super chat message of Jay and Silent Bob oranges.
Correct. And then there's more below. It goes on.
There's more blow. Oh, she said ganja, not.
Below.
Lot of mercy. Alright, so we're ready?
We're getting there. I've only got 4 more to go.
Yeah, we gotta get through the chats. Jay and Cheech and Chong both became kind of woke advocates, I think. Tommy Chong definitely
And
did. I
Sierra
don't.
says-
Or Cheech did.
Sierra says Spaceball.
Walls, space walls, which Rick Moranis came out of retirement specifically for. Hang on, let's. Rick
I hope they
Moranis,
don't mess this up.
Trek Science
So
Facts,
Jay
get it right.
says-
God, I hope they don't mess that up. Yeah.
Rick Moranis came out of Hollywood retirement just to be Lord Helmet in Spaceballs 2. He retired to take care of his kids after, I believe, his wife died.
Yeah, they're in post-production.
Yeah, I'm excited about that because like they couldn't do most Mel Gibson movies, or excuse me, not Mel Gibson, Mel Brooks, Mel Gibson movies either. But They couldn't do like.
Well, he's got to bounce back from that History of the World Part 2. Because that was just some mid-woke crap.
Oh, before we get going on the game, there's a theory that there's a modern animated-ish movie that is a remake of Blazing Saddles. I think it's Django, the western about the lizard. I think it's that one. I'm not positive. That where it follows the story beats. Rango. Thank you. Yes, I believe it's that one. I'm not positive.
Voicing him.
Where it follows, where it's basically a remake of Blazing Saddles.
Kinda in a sense.
It's not my theory. I just heard it and like, you know what? That's wild. I haven't seen it. I should at some point. I still haven't.
I could see some similarity, relevance to it. I could see that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was just the story beats or
kind of the similarity
more direct
between the two main characters. Figure that comes in that's unaccepted, but ends up proving their worth. That takes over as sheriff of a town to lay down the law.
Hey,
and save the
horseradish is
town.
yelling.
over on Twitch, we've got Lerndy and a horseradish. Welcome in, ladies and germs. We're about to get started. This is second game of the night. We got through Wheel of Fortune-ish game, and now it's time to start the Jeopardy-ish game.
Where trivia's tough and the fun never quits.
Tonight's categories are
Mind-bending facts. TV, or is still song still going? Today's categories are mind-bending facts, TV, movie, and movie madness, name that tune, foodie frenzy, where in the world, and categorize this.
Turn is it first?
And as always, chat goes first. We need a category and an amount. And up first was Lemon Pie and Mooseman with a where in the world for 300. Bellatrix a little slow on the draw. Where would you find the unique species of firefly known as, I'm going to say, Luciola cruciata, famous for its synchronized flashing? Depending on the origin, I'm not sure. Well, it's going to be Latin-ish in origin if it's a species, but
I am going to start the timer soon, so I'm giving them the depth there.
we've got an before the buzzer, before the timer, we've got Africa from Lemon Pie. Not one of the choices. So the way this works, if you answer before the answers come out, it is worth double. Once the answers come out, it is worth the actual point value. If you get it correct on the answer. If you do not get it correct, when before the answers come out, it is worth straight value. If your answer is incorrect and it was one of the ones on the board, that one will be removed and you can still answer for full. I believe it is not for full points. It's automated, however it is. If you get it wrong, then the other team has a chance to steal. Up first, we had South American Bellatrix. That is not. Mooseman is up next with Japan. Bravo. That is correct. For 300. You do that?
So I knew that.
Back to panel's turn next.
TV movies 300.
Sure, yeah. TV for 3. Who played Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Star Wars prequels? That's Ewan McGregor, right?
Ewan McGregor.
Yeah. McGregor of Clan Ewan.
That's double.
Wait, you sure it wasn't Brian Boitano?
What would Brian Boitano do
If he was here right now, he's bound to kick an ass or two. That's what Brian Boitano would do. I was off time.
What was it? What was the name of the? It was that fluky name that we had in our chat that time. Ask
You and McGirthy.
Juliana or something. It was.
No.
Food for 300.
Oh shit.
Thick McRun
Where you been
facts?
making fun of me, Caldy?
It was.
Rome would know.
Yeah.
Punch side iron?
Oh.
If you ask Rome, it's going to be Clark Gable or Antolino.
No, Antolino. That's it.
That's
Antolino.
it, one.
Antolino. Yeah.
Shit. What would Rome? What would?
That was actually the one I was looking for, Grum. Antolino.
It took me forever, but we've got for chat. We've got food for 300. Foodie frenzy. Which fruit is technically a large berry with a single seed and is rich in healthy fats? Fats.
I'm getting ready to start the timer.
Oh, you know what? I can test it like this.
Chat.
Is there a timer?
Your timer should have.
Yeah.
I thought that
It
buzz
went
was
off.
the timer.
Yeah, it went off.
So is it our turn?
No.
No,
get
the-
to give them
No,
now.
they
I'm
still
just
have
gonna give
time,
them-
so no timer went off?
No, I'm gonna give them the multiple choice, and they get to choose from the multiple.
Yeah, it's it should have been out. They had hang on before I was running a test. Lemon pie had avocado. There was a lot of avocado. Lemon pie and Darwin had avocado out before the time, so that's doubled. I'm sorry, I missed that. I was trying to run a latency test.
Mm.
Good for nothing, sons of...
Okay. Panel, it is back to panel.
Movies Madness for 2?
I would take out all the 300.
Yeah, threes
Sorry,
first.
guys.
Name that tune for $300.
Yep.
Wow, let's do it.
In what year was Led Zeppelin formed?
That's not a tune.
That's early 70s. I don't know what.
Okay, that's about 20 seconds of latency from me testing on my YouTube, going to Twitch, into StreamYard, and then showing back up on a stream on YouTube. I don't know what year it was. They were originally the Yardbirds, was their first name. But I don't remember what year it was. Caldy, you're up.
I'm gonna go with 72, just because I don't know. I don't know them. This is a fucked up one. I'm gonna go with 72.
Okay.
I'll go with 72, but what tune are we naming here exactly?
It's about music in general. Chat, you have a chance to steal. If you would like to. Not if you would like to. We need an answer. there is a time
225
limit.
points.
Uh,
It's 225 points, by the way.
Bravo. We've got Bravo from chat from a let's see. JP's Tabernac first up, and then with just a letter, a Bellatrix, and a Falaria, and then a Lemon Pie, and then a Mooseman, and everybody.
Chat.
And we're back to chat's turn. Category and value. So when it's chat's turn, after about 20 seconds, then the official timer for just the automated. We've got mind-bending facts for 3. And there we go. Got timer. Which comic book character did Michael Jackson want to play so much that he considered buying Marvel Comics in the 1990s? K2 with oh no, he's just saying hi. Okay.
Hi,
Welcome in,
K2.
K2.
Shalom would have been.
That'd be a funny. Okay, and so now the timer. Bellatrix asking compatriots, do you all think it's Batman? The timer had began. mind-bending facts for 300. Oh, we had Mooseman coming in right as the choices were coming out with Spooderman. And that's going to be worth a double. We should have maybe done a little... I'm trying to keep track a little better. Michael Jackson wanted to be Spooderman.
No, the double. I think the double and the multiple choices out there.
Because the answer came up as the multiple choices were coming out on the screen. Like, there's no... With the latency, there's no possible way for him to have seen it when his chat came through. Like, the animation was playing of them coming on screen. Panel! It is Panel's turn. We got 1 300 left, boys. Categorize this.
Movies 200.
No. Categorize it.
Yeah, we're... The majority is overridden. Which country is home to the Andean corridor?
This is not a multiple choice. For some reason, it's just showing me one answer. So I hope you guys get it right.
Where are the Andes at?
I'm sorry.
It's in South America. The corridor.
Peru, maybe. I'm not looking up anything, so I'm just.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. See, ladies and gentlemen, you too can guess.
I was about to say Chile, but oh man, I'm glad you got that one out first. Chat, your turn, and we got caught lacking a little bit so far. World, where in the world for dose from a lemon pie? That answer was not correct. Well, hang on. After this one, in which country would you find the Lord Howe Island stick insect, once thought to be extinct? And the extra time is beginning. And regulation time... Begin now, please.
There's a 3-second delay. I started it 3 seconds before.
That's okay. Well, the timer, the animation on the side goes a lot quicker than I would have expected. We're about to hit 45 seconds. We've got Australia's. So and there we go, Australia for double. So we've got a flag on the play before panel chooses the next one. Mooseman saying that answer was not correct about Peru for the Chilean corridor, so I'm going to look it up real quick. Then also we want to how long should the regulation play should be about 30 seconds. Is that right, Chrissy? Before the before the multiple choice comes out, and that's from the beginning of when the question comes out, not when I finish reading it, right?
Correct.
So I'm adding.
The timer is like going fast tonight, so I think it's only on 10 seconds or something.
Yeah, that animation's pretty quick. So I'm watching the timer. When it's chat's turn, I'm gonna say, like, that's the lag time. So an extra 20 seconds for lag, and then a 30-second, and then that'll be, hey, here's the cutoff.
Yeah.
Whether or not we get the multiple choices out. So that's 50 seconds total. It's almost a whole minute for it. Now we've got a flag on the play from Mooseman. Where's the Chilean corridor? Or Andes? Andean?
What was it?
Mooseman is saying the answer was not correct. That it's not in Peru. And I want to make sure I've got it right.
Can you fact check it, because I'm showing Peru?
That's what I'm doing. I want to validate Andean corridor. Okay, that's what it is. Corridor Andes del Norte is like large. Let's see, that is... Okay, I see it on a map, but... Yeah, it's the Peru side. The corridor Podocarpus Yacuri, I think, is either on the border between Ecuador or Peru, but I think that's entirely in Ecuador, and then this in Peru. Here's the link. And you can see that it's the Andean corridor is either entirely or almost entirely in Peru. So if you have one, which country is it in? It's gonna be Peru. Unless this is not Mooseman. Is this... Did I look up the wrong thing? Mooseman, is that... Well... Peru and Ecuador is what I'm... That's what I found, Mooseman. And then the Andean corridor is a specific part of it that's in Peru. That's the link that I... Andean... Chrissy, can you bring it back up again? We want to verify Andean Condor. I thought it was Corridor. Did I?
Let me bring it up.
Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, no, you don't have to. You don't have to. I can rewind. I can rewind stream. That's a cool thing we can do because it's a stream.
It's not that big of a deal.
Well, it is. It's a flag on the play. Lord House Stick Bug. Okay, Lord House Stick Bug. Just prior to that. Michael Jackson. Okay, I've got Andean Condor. Okay, that Mooseman. Okay, here we go. I was looking up Andean Corridor. Okay, that's not it. Oh. Which is a bird, not a... I was thinking the mountain like a oh, yes. That's something entirely different. I missed that entirely. Okay, so Andean Condor, where is that native to? South American New World vulture. Only extant member of the genus Vultur. Found in the Andes Mountains and adjacent Pacific coast of western South America. Largest bird of prey in the world, considered to be. Where is the national symbol of Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru? What country is home? That's all the west coast of South America, like all the way up to Central America.
Okay, so I'm gonna give chat 200 points.
What?
Because they challenged the question and they're actually somewhat right. They're
It's
like,
not, I mean, yeah, it's not a single... There's pictures in Chile, in Peru, yeah, it's not a single...
So I've given them 200 points.
Okay.
It's your turn.
It is indeed. It's, okay. We're done. Flag was called, flag on the play. There we go, points awarded to chat. Ahead of the game, Mooseman. It is panel's turn. We should be doing a 200, boys. What do you like? What are you in the mood for? TV and movie?
I don't know. After the answer I gave right there and the ruckus it called, I'm kind of scared to answer anymore.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, are these questions have the answers established before this all happens? TV's movies, 200?
200, let's go!
Okay, TVs and movies. Who portrayed Princess Leia in the original Star Wars trilogy? Carrie Fisher, and not Carrie Fisher's bra.
Wow. Oh,
It was not Carrie Fisher's bra.
don't beat me to it.
She in an interview said there were no space bras, so that's how that happened. Quick and to the point. Lemon pie, citrus, or excuse me, not lemon pie is a citrus. Foodie frenzy for 200, and then a Mooseman confirming. Which fruit is a large seed surrounded by a fibrous husk known for its water and oil?
Your mother.
It's for chat,
Excuse me?
Caldy.
Sorry. I thought,
Excuse me.
I just.
We've got a whole bunch of coconuts on the play. First one up was Bellatrix. Even though it's showing last on the list, on the on-screen, Bellatrix got that in first. Coconut, and then lemon pie, and a Mooseman with coconut. And if you have, fun fact about that, about coconut oil, if you have something in a medication or salve or something called MCT, that's monochain triglyceride, that's coconut oil. MCT is a suspension, use it as a suspension for medications or things. And it's, or food, I guess you could. And it's it's just it's coconut oil, that's what it is, generally. It's still on the, here we go. Okay, we're back to panel. We've got 200s left and categorize this, name that tune in mind-bending facts.
This is all you, Buff.
What you like, Buff? You want to name that tune?
Categorize.
You want to categorize this? Okay, you can have a categorize this.
Whoa.
No? Oh?
Name that tune. I'm picking 200.
We've got to name that tune for 200 for the panel.
Let's name that tune, guys. Let's do it.
I have faith in Cody.
Come on, let's name that tune. Or are we gonna?
What song is often considered Led Zeppelin's most famous track?
Considered.
Well, that's Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah, it's gotta be Stairway.
I was thinking Escalator to, or you know, Highway to Hell.
Get kicked out of a good part.
Those are a double. It's easy to. That's the. Who was? What was it on a? It was a season ticket, right? Yeah. Hashtag season ticket.
Get our double points for that.
I gave you double points.
12. Oh no, that one's way behind. We've got 200 mind-bending facts for 200 from chat. Which original Winnie the Pooh voice actor attempted to create an artificial heart? No pressure. And the timer is timing. That's the end of the bonus. Now 30 seconds for the regular timer is beginning. Disregard the sound.
Yeah, it's 20
Got-
seconds after.
Got about 20 seconds left. We've got Baker from Lemon Pie. Not one of the answers. From a Mooseman, Paul Winchell. Tigger's Paul Winchell. Or Winchell. And we've got a Mooseman and Lemon Pie together forming a double D. There are two of them. Panel. I think we got to go with the categorize, boys.
Yeah.
It's only 200.
Yeah.
Panel's going categorized for 200. In which country is the peacock national bird?
NBC. Jeez.
Feels like that's gonna be a South Asian nation. I don't know. I don't know nothing about no peacocks.
National bird?
I seen one of them peacocks in the Memphis Zoo one time.
Oh God, what do I think is turkey?
I think you're right. It's Asia, but like
There's no way
I want to say India.
I'm gonna say Turkey. I'm gonna say.
You want to agree? Okay.
I'm gonna say Singapore. I don't know what the hell.
I think Singapore's a good guess too, but I'm pretty sure it's India. But both you're the tiebreaker.
I'm going to India. I know it's somewhere over there, not so far over there. I'm with India.
Oh, India. All right. Yeah.
I went too far with the first.
Okay, Chrissy,
Back up, go back.
it did the points, and then it automatically went to 2,200. Then it added them, and then when it went back to the main board, it subtracted. What are you showing on your end? Oh, Chrissy, you're muted.
I've been talking this whole time. I didn't realize that was muted. Okay, so I see 2,400 to 3,025.
Okay. Oh, it just changed. It just updated on our end. But now, yep. Okay, we're all matched up, and it is chat's turn again, and Lemon Pie bringing it in, penetrating with the 100. Where in the world? Where can you find the native habitat of the comet moth, one of the largest silk moths? Moths.
Is this us or chat?
That is for chat.
Alright, I'm gonna shut my mouth, even though I have no idea. Chat.
And about 3, 2, the beginning of regulation play. We've got a China from Lemon Pie.
What?
Lemon Pie said China first, and then we've got a Mooseman with Madagascar in second. Which Mooseman did say it before the answers came out, but before the double point answer was China from chat, so it's only single points. China. Yeah, Lemon Pie. Timer is my watch, but you answered before the time was up. So as soon as an answer comes in, then as soon as like a double points answer comes in, then the multiple choice can come out, because we had to move on to the next phase. It is back to panel's turn. What do you want? TV?
Movies for one.
Little movie action. Okay. Who played Luke Skywalker in the original Skywalker trilogy? Who played Luke Skywalker in the original Skywalker trilogy? Mark Hamill, okay? It's Mark Hamill. Who played Luke Skywalker?
Left this on the planet. Dear God, what a way to alienate half of your fan base when you built your career off of two characters.
Oh, you didn't see him in Slipstream?
Playing the Joker. Well, him doing the voice of Joker, and then it goes back to Silent Bob and Jay. Hi, Sierra.
Guys, give me a minute.
How are you?
Lemon Pie.
I'm not here. I'll be right back.
Okay. We've got the next one from chat, which we're not beginning yet. Chrissy is stepping away for just a moment. But then Mark Hamill was also in the movie Slipstream. I bought it. It still has a shrink wrap on it. I think I bought it in the 90s. He was also he was also the Joker. Probably, like some say, the best Joker was the Mark Hamill Joker.
He did a lot of iterations of Joker in the animated.
He was also the voice of the police, not chief, in the Gabriel Knight video game series. He did a lot of voice act work. He's like a lot more than live action. One of the funniest things that I've seen was the picture of like all the Jedis and all the actors and all the Jedis, and like in the group photo of them, they turn them after the actor has died. They turn that person in the picture into like a Force ghost, Jedi Force ghost, and like it had like James Earl Jones and whoever else, I forget who had died, and then like just Mark Hamill's brain as the like it had an overlay of like transparent blue of just his brain. I thought that was clever.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him.
Mark Hamill had his pants fall off at that award ceremony. Am I remembering that vaguely?
He did. Where he was standing at the podium, his pants dropped. Like you have to look up the video, but yeah, they are not lying. That did happen.
Was it a Janet Jackson type thing where he had like a pasty over the tip and balls, or was he had some shorts on underneath, or?
It was literally like a guy that walked up to the podium with pants the wrong size, and then they fell off of his body.
Oh, it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, no, it was not intentional. Yeah, it's very fucking funny when you see it.
Okay.
Very funny.
I was thinking, just because of what he's been doing and lost his mind, I would have thought that it was like to make some kind of statement or something.
It fit in with that. Yeah, it fit in with him losing his mind, but yeah, it's not because of that. Guys, I'm gonna have to stop. I've got some stuff I've got to attend to. It has been good hanging out with you fellas.
Caldy has to see a man about a walrus.
Make an announcement. Hold on, Caldy. Right quick, I gotta make an announcement before you go.
Make your announcements.
For you, because I want you to be there. It's either gonna be tomorrow or the next day. We have finally, it's finally been released, the body cam footage of the DUI arrest of Justin Timberlake.
Word.
Will be covered.
Oh, Caldy is live.
Yeah. Girls.
Boop boop. And this is Caldy's. We're shouting out. There is Caldy's channel. Oh, and it doesn't. And over on. Boom, into the StreamYard we go, and that's the remainder. That's all the channels. That is Caldy's YouTube channel. And while we're calling things out,
I will see you guys later. Yeah.
All right.
Get your Rumble, bitches.
What's up?
and then there is. Oh wait, no, I don't have to do it because that goes out to all my channels too. Sick 2210. That is Buff, the other gentleman up on the panel right now, and then Chrissy is where a lot of people are seeing this. Chrissy's channel on YouTube is there, and then the shoutouts, and then there's a Grump, and I believe that Buff is the only one who's not live right now. Caldy was live, I'm live. Usually everybody on the panel, not everybody, but usually most of the panel is also live, and it lets us, when we have the combined chat like that, it lets everybody, wherever you're seeing it from, it's like we can be on like 10 channels. Right now I think it's a total of, now that Caldy's gone, I've got 5, Chrissy has 3, so we're on 8 channels broadcasting between 1, 5, 6 different total platforms. You know, spread, make that girthy, just spread it out, nice and girthy footprint for the game show. I like it.
Good, anyway.
She had to... Chrissy had to go see a man about a walrus. I don't know what it was about. But, you know, we're having a good time, just having a good time. Just, you know, two straight guys having a good time, sitting in a hot tub, 4 feet apart.
Not a time machine, is it?
Is it a hot tub time machine? Well, I don't know. We're gonna have to find out. Oh, Mooseman, yes. Oh, wait, okay, it looks like Chrissy's back. And it's chat. Which fruit, mentioned frequently in ancient texts, is known for its sweet taste and soft texture? And the timer is going. Chat, we're back. We're so back. We've got a Mooseman with dates. That was about 15 seconds. Okay.
Was a fast response. All right.
It was. That was a quick response. Mooseman with his confident dates up front. Well,
What happened?
we've got a Mooseman with dates, and he was up like really quick with it. Dates, Charlie. Okay, Buff, we have a chance. Sweet. Kiwis aren't sweet.
What happened?
Oh, I had a driver call in tomorrow, and he's supposed to start at 5 a.m. And now I have a run that's abandoned, and it's just not going to get done. And I don't have a driver to fulfill it.
Oh, it's still chat, right? Okay, yeah. Mooseman with the figs.
Chat. Yeah.
It is still chat, yeah. Because dates, even though it was incorrect, because that was before the answers came out, it is still chat's board, and chat, you get it for a reduced quantity of
75.
points. Wow. So it's back to panel. What are you thinking, Buff? What do you want? What do you want for dinner? Caldy had to see a man about a walrus. He had something that came up. He was talking to a man about a walrus and something came up. I don't know. I don't want to assume anything.
Categorize this.
Okay, I'm in. Categorize. Chat, our panel's doing categorize this for one. In which country is the kiwi bird found? That's New Zealand. The people and the bird and the fruit. The people are also called kiwis.
Those poor people.
I think it's also a specific color of green.
You kiwi looking mother.
And we've got Name That Tune from Lemon Pie. Of the final two, who was the guitarist for Led Zeppelin? And the timer has begun. We have a Jimmy Page from a Lemon Pie. Success for double points. Now, it jumped up to 34, and then it went back to 30.
It's 34. This isn't a multiple choice.
Which African country was the setting for Tatooine in the Star Wars? In the Star Wars.
Oh god, that was north.
This is not a multiple choice question, for some reason.
Oh, panel getting the
Even if you got the 100, are you gonna win?
No. Well, I mean, yeah, if we get, you know, times, or excuse me, like eight times value, then we could pull it out. If there is no multiple choice for going forward, not right now, because it's regardless, it doesn't matter. But if there is no multiple choice, that's kind of weird. Like, they should be, I think, all multiple choice, because that's how the
They
game
are
is running.
normally, but when I brought this one up, it's only a single, and I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's a fluke in the game, but it's a single choice. That's why I mentioned it. Do you guys have an answer?
I wanna Sudan, Tunisia. I'm thinking Tunisia. That's north. Ah, outstanding. Hey, I wasn't 100%. But chat, with that girthy 3400.
Butt kickers.
Butt kickers. You're funny, Bo.
I keep losing it.
Well, chat dominated.
Yeah, they always do.
Mostly.
I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner! Now you are a champion on BBB's Brain Blender!
Yay!
Hooray for chat. And
I
then,
need you to change that.
and then for the panel.
Ah, another loser! Come with me to the losers' cemetery. Another one bites the dust. Sheesh!
Do you know what happens to losers here?
And there we go. Chat with the clean sweep of both games. I'm sorry I interrupted you, Chrissy. Please go ahead, ma'am.
I know everybody's tired. Everybody's dealt with a lot. I have some things to say backstage. Grump, if you're gonna continue to go live, just mute me and Buff, so that.
No, I gotta go.
Just give me 5 minutes, Buff.
Oh, if you don't have anything for me, then
Yes, I gotta get up.
yeah, I can. I mean, I want to finish. I started a project that I was planning on going live a bunch earlier that I thought it'd be done, but I want to finish up tonight. So if you don't have anything that
I just have a closing statement, and then I'm gonna go.
if it's not, I mean, if it's not toss or if it's okay with you that I'm live, then yeah, I'll stick around for a little bit.
Just mute me and Buff.
Or you know what? I can mute it on my stream.
And then mute you too, so him and I can hear each other. But,
No, I mean I can mute
family?
my stream so you're not on it, but we can all talk to each other.
Okay. BBB family, what a night tonight. Was another one of those awesome panel versus chat battles, and you all brought the energy, you brought the laughs, and you brought some serious impressive knowledge. Of course, I don't expect anything less from chat. Whether you're team panel or team chat, nights like this is what makes Brainbenders Banter special. It's not the games, it's not the community, it's what we're building together. So thank you all, everyone, who played along, answered the questions, supported the team, and shows up to have another fun night. So if you enjoyed tonight, and you don't forget to hit that like button, make sure to subscribe. And if you're new, and you will be back for Saturday and another great BBB discussion night. Until next time, stay curious, stay kind, and keep those brains sharp. Good night, BBB family. And then you guys can announce where you guys are from, which you do, public find you, and we are out.
I already did the shout outs of channels. Buff, do you have anything? You said you got the videos for Justin Timberlake body camera. You have access to that. You have that coming up. When are you doing that, sir? What's coming up?
If not tomorrow, the next night.
Okay. Perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll be live after we're done here, finishing up organization process with Analog Books, going through the process and then finishing out making them and then starting to use them with the philosophy and things and the labels and everything. And then I should be, yes, I'll be live tomorrow with probably going more through the process. And then I don't know. I did make a separate game channel. I've separated that off. I am still working on monetization. I need subs. I've got the view hours. I'm a hair under for like even ad monetization on my Grumpelstiltskin channel.
All right. We'll work on getting you subs.
Thank you. Any subs are great. I'm not even first level. I still am under 500. Need 1,000 to get ad revenue. But I'm starting to plan for separating off the different types of content onto different channels because that's what the algorithm likes. Doing all the same stuff on the same channel on YouTube doesn't like it. But I've been doing some behind the scenes technical stuff in the last couple weeks, and I think I've got everything, all the technical things about licked. And then with this notebook system that I'm actually making now, I'm going to be a lot more organized for going forward so we can get into some of these things that I've been wanting to do for a while. So that's come on a journey with me. When we're done here and tomorrow.
Okay.
And over the weekend.
Okay.
Chrissy, as always, is your gracious host, and she'll be hosting again. It's Wednesday nights and Saturday nights. What's up for Saturday? I know you have some kind of thing planned. There's a theme every time.
Yeah, so we are talking about AI, where AI is going, where AI should not go, what AI is acceptable, what we expect from AI, and how AI influences this every day in life already.
That is right up my alley. I'm gonna try and be there. I have a very busy Saturday.
Yeah.
Actually, I've got he's not a friend. We're not close. We haven't talked very much, but another creator in the space that I associate with about that stuff. Would you like me to see if I can get him to come in? Because he's really into AI and
I would love it.
And security.
This conversation is going to be a foe or famine. Like it's going to be like the cons and the pros and the cons, and like what we accept already, how long it's been already in our society and we don't even know it's been in our society, how long it's been doing certain things, what it's been doing, how it's been doing it, and where we see it advancing and going. So yes, please, that would be great.
He's into it like a lot as a content creator and a hobby. It's just in the space where I'm a professional, so I think we both bring a lot to that conversation. I've been meaning to, it's going to go in the book, planning. He is a collaboration that I have planned that I haven't actually planned. Like, I need to do stuff with him on that topic.
Bellatrix, I'll be on YouTube. You can find me at Brainbenders Banter Saturday night, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when we're going to be doing the AI conversation.
And if I'm live, I'll
You're amazing.
probably be live also. Or excuse me, if I'm there, I'll be live also. But yeah, please help. Please come and please pull up a channel.
I'm gonna try to help you with your subs.
Pull up a stream for everybody who's live. You know, help lurk everybody. Help those metrics. Help those numbers.
Smash that like
and
button.
Sensually caress that like button. If you're on a platform, if you're on Rumble or YouTube or I think Facebook, you can hit like, if there's a like button. On Kick and Twitch, there's not so much. Twitter, you know what? I'm not sure. I think you can. I'm live on YouTube or Twitter and I have no idea.
I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. I've got a happy little tuber. So here we go. It will only be a minute and we will be out of here. And thank you, everyone. See you next week. And my daughter might be taking over the trivia next week, so you might see some changes in the questions. I will maybe be giving this game show to her to create, and then I can help Grump actually host the show while she's running the game show. So you guys might get to know Sierra a little bit better. She might be up here running the game show while Grump and I are actually hosting and co-hosting. So that will be interesting. Sierra. Love you, baby girl. All right. So here we go. And Billy too. I love Billy too. And Rub. Alright, here we go. Out. So everyone, peace trips. Have a good night. Till next time.
Down in the ground where the spuds all grow, there's a happy little tuber stealing the show. On the YouTube stage, watch it shine so bright. This creative spud's got its goals in sight. Goals in sight, shining bright. I'm a happy little tuber growing every day, spreading laughs and knowledge in a spudly way. From roots to shoots, I'm reaching for the sky. This potato's on a mission, don't ask me why. On a mission, reaching high. Some spuds stay still, hiding in the dirt, but this tuber's climbing, proving its worth. With every click and every share, this creative spud's energy is everywhere. Everywhere. I'm a happy little tuber growing every day, spreading laughs and knowledge in a spudly way.
Yeah, my stream is muted for this, so yes, you're good. What Okay, that went a little longer than I thought. And that was some pretty serious things that we're gonna deal with later. I'm not sure that I can help. But we're gonna get back to this for right now. That's, man, that's rough. I should have just left and kept going. But I'm glad I know. Any oozles, I think they're ready to label. How would I do this one? I don't know, making it volume 1, maybe that's a little bit presumptuous that I'm gonna have enough to fill it, and then I'll need to do a number 2. This is the Evergreen, the Content Brain. Yeah, we're just gonna label it Content Brain. That's it for right now. Look at that, it's like a real book now. It's got a title on the spine and the back. This is... So I got a shelf of these guys now. This is the same size, the A5, and not this same brand. I've kind of settled on this brand because it has the index and the page numbers especially pre-printed. And that's just super convenient. The index is like, whatever. But then having the key and everything and just that many pages is great. The paper feels good. It's 100-gram paper. But like, this is the one I just started. This was actually this is just an extra book that I had at the time. So that I just started doing this instead of keeping track of both, like when I'm like looking for a job, because I am looking for a like moving back into a W-2 role right now. I've discovered that, oh, that's way louder than, there we go. I've discovered that running my own business with, for what I do, consulting and contract work, running my own business is a lot more work for a lot less money than just being a W-2 employee. So again, I'm gonna keep the company, like the tax ID and everything, and I can still use it for billing hours for for consulting, but I'll probably end up just kind of consolidating all of my other stuff like media, content creation, and other things that I do that are business that I am trying to make some money doing. All kind of roll up under that as the business. Maybe I need to split it into two. One of the things that I did learn from C-suite folks in organizations that have employed me before is having a separate business entity, like a separate business that owns all the hardware, whether it's buildings or computers or furniture or vehicles, or vehicles separate also, I think. But you have a holdings company that holds the physical goods, and then that way, that is a legally distinct entity from the entity that's doing the work, which like I carry, like for me, for running consulting, I have to carry insurance, and I think I'm carrying like I want to say $2 million each of general liability, and then $2 million of mistakes and omissions. $2 million worth of insurance for me to do consulting for what I do, which generally with what I do, like at the level at which I do it, I either need to be in I either need to get a contract with a larger firm, and in order to get like real success to do that kind of work, I'd need to get a job with a firm doing consulting, professional services consulting, or just go back into a single organization, maybe even a multi-tenant environment, and just be a W-2, a full-time employee. I'm not sure which direction I'm gonna go, but like I'm still doing contracts now. But yeah, so I started finally organizing using a paper book, and it's going great. So that made me think, hey, I can take this process and let's adapt it. My Analog Life. That's, I think, going to be the name of the series. And then there's an algorithm, a flowchart that we're going to go through for deciding, what is this thing that I do? Does it need to be digital, or can it be analog? If it can be analog, well, hey, can it be mechanical instead of electronic or electric? Is that possible too? Oh, can it be? Like, I'm looking at getting, I have a set of, I think they're Conair, I forget the brand. They've worked forever, clippers, like hair clippers. You trim it up, smooth it out. Sometimes I'm feeling froggy, and I have a catcher. Sometimes I'm feeling froggy, and I set up a mirror in front, a mirror behind, and I'll take the clippers to my own head when I'm feeling froggy, and like I used to be able to do it. It's pretty good. If you don't do it consistently, you lose it. It takes a while to get the technique down. Like, I can cut other people's hair. Doing it yourself is the mirror. It's kind of yikes. But I've been looking at mechanical, not just the mechanical motion, but no electricity at all. Like, you squeeze them, and then that makes I think it makes the teeth go back and forth like that, and so you get the same clipper action, but you're squeezing it, just little manpower, instead of needing a battery or plugging into AC. So I've still got the nice ones, but I'm gonna try out the manual ones, not just mechanical, but manual ones. I just recently got a mason jar vacuum. So I have one that came on a food saver. That part of the food saver broke. Like, that vacuum seals, food in the food safe plastic. It hasn't, like, the one I have has an attachment. It's not even Food Saver brand. I had one of those too, but this one's a different brand. Same thing though. Where it's got an attachment that can go on top of a mason jar with the regular lid and just suck the air out. Well, that part broke. And so I went and picked up one that runs on batteries or USB that's just that. Like, it doesn't plug into a wall. That's just that mason jar vacuum sealer. Turns out you can buy one of those that just has like a squeezy pump on it, or you can attach like some kind of manual pump you can do. Like, hey, for super long term, I'm looking for stuff that's like buy once, cry once, like the ultimate evolution of buy once, cry once. Durable, things that'll last, things that will outlast me. And for multiple reasons, to where I've came to this conclusion of what do I need to be doing as far as my processes and equipment. Both of those. Oh, and we've got Falaria. Thank you for subscribing, Falaria, on YouTube. Thank you. I thought I had alerts. Oh, things were muted. It might not have. I had all of OBS, my mic and desktop audio muted. It's on my list. It'll be in this list to go through and finish. I need to finish making and then applying alerts to different platforms. Speaking of, I'm gonna take a big ass ashwagandha. I'm not gonna be up for that much longer. So A for focus, and then B for getting to sleep. Ashwagandha. This is the Nutricost KSM 66. It's a specific kind, a specific formulation where it's like just the root. If you just get ashwagandha, it can be like the plant also, and there's some kind of big difference, and there's like a process and criteria that has to be met for it to be called KSM 66, and apparently it's just much more effective. I'm not sure. I'm testing it. So we've got that. We've got a book. I've got to label this book. What is this? Content log. Show notes. Show notes. And we've got volume 1, but more importantly, this is how I date other things. 2026 Q2, because we're getting started. We're 4 days away from April. April begins the second quarter. You know what? We can have both. Maybe it all fits, maybe it doesn't. You know, no biggie. I got a lot of spare tape. Tape is cheap. Print it out, see how it fits. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. You know what? We could down a size. I think it'll all fit. Maybe trim off some extra there. Second quarter, not first quarter. I think we got a winner. That's gonna fit. Oh, you know what? You know what? I can reuse. I can reuse these. Okay. So I began the content brain. Yeah. Reuse these guys over here. It doesn't have to say volume 1 for this. Just whenever we started it. All the wrinkles out. I had chat all the way behind me. Killer Kyle, no sound. I think that was from previous. I don't have timestamps showing. I'm not sure when that came in. Orange Hue, welcome in. Is there a hide notes book? Oh, show notes versus hide notes. You know what? That's funny. That would be... Here you go. That would be a very punny name to use for a hunting, or excuse me, no, not hunting, taxidermy. Hide notes for a taxidermy project book. Actually, that's fun. That's funny. When I'm done labeling here, I'm gonna go through the whole process of what the two of these together do, and like I've got some more notebooks planned for different projects, and using this process, and hopefully I can get enough footage between kind of streaming, making these, and kind of going through and refining my process of creating how it's to be used, that then I can share that, because I don't know that I've found, and I've been meaning to do like a vehicle notebook for quite a while, where there's a physical book and it stays with the vehicle, and then it's got like the mileage, and you can figure out like your gas mileage and your maintenance intervals and all the maintenance that you do and any projects that you have in it, and like all the stuff, but how to do that in a way that makes sense, where it's usable as a reference, where things are kind of divided up into sections, but then also an ongoing log, like how to do that. And I agree with you, making labels can be addictive, and I mean, I can stop anytime. However, that is my favorite tool out of my entire shop. How long have I had that one? Oh man. I think, oh yeah, I mathed. I've gone through something like 50. That's it. I mathed in the time. I counted up all of the labels, like refills that I've bought, and including what I've got on hand, just for this label maker. Multiple sizes and stuff. That cannot be right. I've only had this since 2020. First quarter 2020, so well, 6 years, I guess. I thought it was a lot earlier than that. I was fairly sure it was like around 2015 or something, but you know, I could be mistaken. In my workshop proper, with like, you know, dirty, greasy tools, or tools that can be. I do like to keep things clean. Drawers, any kind of organization, bins in the house, in everywhere. That is my most used tool. My second most, it's actually in my glove box right now. I carry a Leatherman Skeletool just in my pocket now. That's probably my second most used tool. Then all the hammers. This is a fancy one. This one lives in my little quick tool bag. Like not the in the house tools. This isn't house tools. This isn't my big workshop proper bag. This isn't my woodworking or any of my tool belts. This is my bag. Like if I didn't have a specific work tools, like for work, take this and it's got everything except the comm specific things that I would need. Like a butt set and, you know, like a punch down tool, like a cable toner, things like that. SWR meter, some cases. Bunch of slash wire. I go back to like I'm still a comm guy. I can do like a lot of professional nerds these days, especially comm realm engineers. Like they don't know how to deal with POTS lines or phone stuff in general. I go back to dealing with POTS lines. I don't know that I need this stuff on the front. Like, it's on the side. That's where you're going to need to see it, because it's going to be in a stack. Either on a shelf like that, or a stack like that. I don't know if I need it on the front. But I'm going to put it on there. Ah, there we go. Oh, haha. I think it was the last time I was live. Maybe over the weekend, maybe Friday or Saturday last week. This is my other label maker, which I used in a project. We're having the party this coming weekend for my middle child. And I made a present that involved using embossed labels. Oh, actually, still here. So we've got part of the present is this bag, and then inside this bag is health counters and dice and status counters. In this pocket, decks. 3 whole decks are full, and then card protectors in a color matched decks. And I'm thinking, hey, I probably should have got like all the same color for the cards so that they don't have to move between card protectors going to different decks. You know, if card protectors are cheap, I can get them some more later, or he can get them, whatever. But we've got 3 packs here. 3, each one of these will hold 100, and they're all different colors. I got another 7, and there's only 1 duplicate color. Most of them have the sleeves that match the color of the box. Then in the bag, and this is like, so this is all in one, everything you need to play. In this case, it's Pokemon. My kids love Pokemon, so I got a playmat. And it has, because they're not you know, they're kids. It's got where the things and where they all go, and then the rules and the order of the turns, so they don't get confused. I thought this was a really cool one. And then the biggest actual effort piece comes in for the bulk storage. That's that's a whole kit with 3 decks. You know, take other additional decks, whatever, but 3 whole put together decks that each have room for 100 cards plus in sleeves, so you can have your trade out cards or whatever. And then like the dice and all the stuff you need to play is in this bag. It's just the one thing you take and bring with you. And then for stuff that's not in the bag, then we've got the bulk storage boxin. And this is what I spent the time doing. We've got trainers and stadiums and stuff. In order, dividers, numbered dividers, for the different categories of cards. And they're all sorted by what's, I believe, to be the most standard colors that I looked it up, and I asked Grok to find me what the colors are, and then gave it, hey, what the colors that I have in this embossed tape. So we've got your trainer cards and item cards and stuff. And then the different Pokemon and the different Pokemon types. And I'm not sure if this is right. But because I don't Pokemon was a little after my time. Like when I was a kid, I never played any of the games. I didn't like any of the video games. I didn't play the card game. I play the card game with my kids with their cards sometimes, because we've given them, you know, starter decks and things for gifts. But yeah, like I'm not positive. And then the final touch, because I know my tall one has at least one card that's worth it's worth over $100. So some really thin card protectors or card sleeves, and then like top loader plastic, harder plastic protectors, so that they can protect. And if you stick them like this, going up and down, they fit in here also. So that is the birthday present. No actual Pokemon cards, but all the stuff that a person would need to be a trading card game player. And in this case, it's Pokemon, because it's got the specific mat. You can do any game, you know, you need very minor modification. You could play Magic or, I don't know, whatever other trading card games there are, but... So the party is this coming weekend, and then he will receive... I think this is a great present. And it's something that's a want, a need, like a want that he doesn't even know he wants it. And it's going to make something that he already does better. So I'm thinking that's a great present. And then the taller one, the tallest, the oldest one, his birthday is in a couple months. So I get to kind of, which might be an issue of the middle child getting this cool setup first, but his birthday came first, and that's just the order that I thought of it. Like, hey, they both do this, so I want to do this for both of them. But if there's anything that, like, I could adjust, I get a little bit more time, because he is a little bit older. I mean, obviously, and I don't want to say discerning, but it would, if something's not right, it would impact him more, I think. Like the Pokemon type, card, like the descriptions on the labels or the colors being like not right, and oh, okay, well, let's figure out a list and we can replace it. He might get upset about that, which it's not that he's spoiled. He's just, you know, he's growing. He's a kid. Yeah, get emotional about something that's super exciting, and then, oh, this is so great, but oh, it's the wrong kind. That can hit kid, like, growing and all kinds of emotions and all kinds of stuff. Like, I don't fault it, but he would probably get a little bit more upset if something's not right about it. So I get a chance to see and kind of get it right. And then if there's any tweaks that can be made, you know, we'll make them. But I'm trying to get this done so I can be done with this. A, to just be done with it, but then B, so I can start using it. And the cool thing about these notebooks specifically, unlike my agenda that has like personal stuff and names and things and business that isn't public, that is not going to be public, stuff in here is probably okay, at least to begin with. That if it gets shared, like, this is my actual, you know, draft of my pre-stream checklist that I haven't been following because I never see it right before I go live. So not only is part of my process, hey, I have a card somewhere with it, like one of these guys, one of these dot grid index cards. I have one of these somewhere that I've got my checklist on it, but I don't have it, like, it needs to be taped to a monitor or something. But with like, this is the process improvement. If something doesn't need to be done, I can cross it off or white out, and then if I need to add something, I can add it, and that's the template that I can then use to make another card or something that's just in line of sight, or copy it and make an actual checklist. And I can have a checkbox for each stream after I go live, like, just checklist, checkbox. Did I go through the checklist? Oh, as I'm doing show notes in this book, getting ready, I'm okay, I've got my date, and hey, all the stuff that I've got, okay, we're ready to begin. Did I go through my checklist? Oh no, look at the checklist. Oh, I forgot to turn my key lights on. Oh, I forgot to bring up the status on Rumble for the status, like the activity status page to see all the dashboard. Oh, I forgot to make a thumbnail, A, but then B, upload the thumbnail to YouTube and Rumble. I haven't made a thumbnail ever, but adding that to the list right now. There we go, just talking through it. Boom, I got another thing added. We're doing process improvement, process refinement already. Look at this. Oh, the whole vertical thing, too. Orange Shoe sounds very organized. I'm trying to be, because I haven't been. My organization process for, like, content creation has been, like, scribble ideas or something in one of these notebooks that I carry in my pocket, or on one of these cards, or on a sticky note, or on, like, this little notebook, this little, like, tear-off pad. It's not even a sticky, it's just they're barely held together, where I put notes and it's all in the same ink, so they just get lost. Having a place for them to go for this project, for this process that I'm going through, to where everything needs a home. And I'm coming to terms with, I'm a little bit or a lot of bit of ADHD, and apparently that's a thing that people with that malady have to cope with, is that in order to a coping mechanism, a management strategy, is that, like, when you put things away, and I've known, like, I've tried to do this for forever, not always the best at it, but it's a real thing. Everything has to have a home, And if it doesn't, cruft. It just becomes cruft in a pile somewhere, not getting addressed or sitting on a surface, a pile, and it's gonna get out of sight and it's gonna get lost and then it's gone forever until everything gets touched again. I've lost important documents that used to be... There was a point where I had a fire-resistant bag that I could just grab and go in case of an emergency. I had things like really important legal documents like... Oh, what would you put? Like certificates, deeds, titles of vehicles, things. Like, for example, like a marriage or divorce or a deed. Anything that's a very important legal document. Some like a utility bill, that's something that has your name and an address on it, that would be important during an emergency where if there was no communications, if there was no way to prove, like to get past a roadblock, hey, I live in there, and you just wanna, and hey, here's proof, I have the electric bill for the house that's in there and it's got my name on it, see, I live in there. That's a way to prove. And it's not just in case of an emergency with a roadblock, but that can be useful for a form of ID too. Like passports in there, obviously, social security cards, birth certificates, death certificates, if you've got like close family members or people that you've been the executor of an estate, or executrix if you're a girl, female, woman, excuse me, whatever your pronouns. Yeah, so this is everything. The summary is everything needs a home. I'm kind of thinking the home for these things should be in the corners, the bottom corners. It's no big deal. These things come up pretty easily. I recommend, after the glue kind of sets on these, the adhesive really sets. Heat will help, because this isn't the best. I mean, it says it's leather. I don't think it's actually leather. It looks like leather. Orange shoe. You could get extreme and run it like a proper production run sheet, like in live theater. That's what, I mean, that's the idea. Where, hang on, let me finish these and then I'll go through the whole process again. Is there something about marine life experience you sort of miss and would have part of your life again? 100%. 2.5 things. And these aren't like your normal stuff, but these, if you ask any vet, really, these are the things that I think any vet is gonna miss. And it's, some of it, not until somebody else says it, and then you realize, you know what? Yeah. First of all is the camaraderie. Like, brothers you'd die for, to your left and right, buddies are the same, buddies you just hang out with, you know, are ride or die, always got your back. Also gonna mess with you, and you're gonna mess with them, but that's what a real ride or die is, like you'll actually ride or die. That's a thing. Second is 100%, and I mentioned this earlier today, like before we went and did game show. The structure of military life, especially the Marine Corps, for a young adult whose brain isn't entirely finished growing, because it's generally, for females, 22 years old, males 25-ish. So those are like rough numbers on average when your brain stops fully growing. For some wacky reason, 25 also corresponds to when you can start renting a car and when your insurance rates, auto insurance rates, drop dramatically. For some reason, 25, you know, brains finally stopped, you know, growing, and okay, this is now you've reached plausible maturity. You're a real adult now. For somebody who has had, for the late teens and all of young into adult life, which I joined right before I turned. So 9/11 happened in 2001. I turned 21 on the day of my grenade throwing test. I went to boot camp in November, exactly 2 months after 9/11. I took my grenade throwing test on my 21st birthday. You know, some dudes are in college and go like have blackout week because, oh, you can buy booze now, and then so they do and drink a lot of it while they're living in a dorm in college or work in construction or whatever you're doing post high school, immediately post high school. And when, like if it's in summertime or whatever. My 21st birthday, I was my grenade throwing test. I was tested on it with a live grenade. And you can fail the test because I am here and you can't see in me right now, but I've shown videos where I'm playing, you know, I'm playing at the gig, and you can see that at least I have shoes. So if I have a prosthetic leg, it's not like out in the open. But all that to say is that I did indeed pass my grenade throwing test on that fateful day when I turned 21. The bleachers for the grenade throwing test were very close, by the way. Like, you weren't not enough to penetrate, but you could still feel debris or flak like get to you in there's bleachers back a ways because you got your grenade throwing test, your testing area that has sumps and stuff. You know, you're in a fighting hole and there's grenade sumps in the bottom where if for some reason the grenade is live and doesn't have the spoon on it and it's in the hole with you and not in your hand, that's a problem. So, like standard fighting hole procedure, the testing area has more than usually you put like two, or, you know, standard fighting hole is two grenade sumps, one in each corner, maybe one in the middle. This one's gonna have a lot. I don't remember how many it had, the testing fighting hole, but you toss a grenade from a Marine Corps fighting hole sized divot in the ground, and you got the instructor there. That's probably the most dangerous job in the Marine Corps, thinking about it. You're the jackass sitting in the fighting hole with all of these fresh new Marines just graduated boot camp that are now, I think it was a couple months in combat training. Like actual combat training, not boot camp. Like the schoolhouse, for the combat schoolhouse. And each one of them is handling and throwing, allegedly, a live frag grenade. So a frag grenade is roughly a pound of... See, a claymore is a pound and a half, I want to say, of C4 and like 90 ball-bearing BBs. I want to say, what is it, an M67 frag grenade? It's like the whole thing is right around a pound, so it's probably like 3/4 of a pound of C4. You know what? I can look it up real quick. Is it M67? The ball. Yes, okay. M67 fragmentation grenade. Unit cost $45 and average cost in 2021. Produced 1968 to present. This is the current grenade. Designed in the 50s. Yeah. Delay, M213 fuse, 4 to 5.5 second delay. Nah. It's 3 to 5, and that's apparently it's by design so that nobody's sure how long it's gonna be. And that's to prevent your friendly side user, warfighter, from cooking the grenade, flipping that spoon off, hanging on to it without releasing it so that it goes off sooner, but then also to prevent Op 4 who's the target that the grenade is being thrown at from trying to pick it up and scoop it and throw it back. This is in the line of things where it's the Department of War or Department of Defense weaponizing things that are already skill sets. Like there was an anti-tank nerf, essentially a football size, a little heavier than a football, because what is your strapping young lad growing up in the, whenever that was a thing? Well, they play football. Grenade? What do we make it sized and weighted like? A baseball. So it's roughly the size and weight of a baseball. Because every flopping Richard's going to be able to throw a baseball already. Or reasonably. Or most of them. Let's see, how much C4 is in it? The M69 is a practice grenade. It apparently uses a real fuse, but I mean, there's no C4 in it. How much C4 is in it? How much? This search isn't gonna get me flagged. How much C4 is in an M67 fragmentation grenade? Oh! The AI answer is saying it is not C4. It uses 6.5 ounces of composition B, which is RDX and TNT. Okay. RDX is like, that's how you get to Semtex. If you're into things that go boom type stuff. Don't go looking that up. I'm using a VPN. Okay, so we got volume 1 and a date. Oh. Oh, so that's 2. Okay. Okay, to finish out, 1 is the camaraderie. 2 is the... You got me way distracted. 2 is the structure. The very big amount of structure that you have. Like, okay, you are a cog in a machine. You don't have to think about a whole lot. Like, you personally, yeah, there's a few people that do, but generally you personally don't have to think about at all what am I gonna eat? There's the chow hall, and there's MREs. Food is handled. I mean, if you go into the chow hall, maybe there's a fast food line where they've got like hamburgers and chicken nuggets, and sometimes the funny thing about the McRib, I didn't know it was a big deal. After I got out, it was like, oh, the McRib, this is a big deal. It's like, that's a Ribicue. That's standard fare at a Marine Corps chow hall, like the fast food line. You got hamburgers, chicken nuggets, and the Ribicue. I don't think they put like pickles and onion on it. Maybe they did, but you get some barbecue sauce on it. It was the same thing. It's like, this is not anything, crazy. But I guess if it's I think in the McDonald's piece, it's just because it's a limited time thing. That's why the McRib is such a big deal. You don't have to think about food. You don't have to decide. You don't have to you don't have to worry about housing. There's a barracks. Until later on, some NCOs, sometimes NCOs can move out in town. If you get married, you'll be, you can generally move out in town, either base housing or an out in town house. Sometimes NCOs can move into base housing or out in town, but that's NCOs. As you get into it, like, you don't have to worry about it. All you gotta do, show up where you're supposed to be on time and in the right uniform and have what you're supposed to have. That's your biggest responsibility when you're just getting started. That goes a long way. And then they ease into, as you gain seniority and rank, and then you get, more responsibility, you start having to manage. You still don't have to do really as much for yourself, but part of your job is managing part of the lives of your troops. And not much either until you get into like platoon commander, platoon sergeant level. If you're like a squad leader or something, there's a little bit. You're getting your guys to follow the plan that your direct leader gave you, which is probably it's a piece of, and maybe a little bit more detailed than what his leader gave him. It's a finely tuned machine of structure that there's all these systems in place that already work. They have been refined over who knows how long. Yeah, sometimes they suck, especially for who's doing them, but they're there. And you don't even have to think about it. When you get out, all that's gone. And now you've got to worry about, like, if you lived in the barracks the whole time, well, now you've got to worry about, well, where do I live? Most enlisted folks will have a vehicle. Some not by the time they get out. Some not. Like, if you do, just your standard 4-year enlistment. I was in for a little over 6. Jacked up my spine. Medical. It was an honorable discharge, but it was I got boarded off for medical. Spine injury. If you're doing just a 4-year like standard enlistment, it's every enlistment is 8 years. It's just how much time for active duty enlisted. It's always an 8-year enlistment, but how much time you spend on active duty versus your obligation for the inactive ready reserves, the IRR. That's the differentiation. Your standard normal 4-year contract is actually 4 years of active duty plus 4 years of inactive ready reserves. Like, you can be called back. And if you're in a delayed entry program, that might count towards it. I'm not sure. It might. I don't remember off the top of my head. But you've got an 8-year obligation when you sign enlistment papers. I think the Air Force does 2-year enlistments, maybe. I'm not sure if they do. 2-year enlistments were a thing in some branches at some points in time, things like that. That would be 2 years of active plus 6 years of inactive ready reserve, to where you can be called back. Usually you're not gonna, but that's the... People worry about, like, the draft coming back. They're gonna call back the IRR guys before a draft happens. It's so much simpler. It's the elegant solution. That's what it's for. Now, if you've been active for over 8 years, you don't go, like, you don't have IRR. And if you're like, my RE code was like, this guy can't come back in. I believe. I need to look it up. But because mine was medical and I'm VA disabled, it's kind of a miracle I can walk. And sometimes, some days, if I just twist wrong, like, I'm down sometimes all day into the next day. Luckily, that hasn't happened in a while. But it's super random. Staying active, which I've been a lot more sedentary the past couple of years than I should have been. Staying active really helps. But that whole thing, that's the second thing that I miss. That I'm just now, almost 20 years later, finally really starting to create these processes. And doing a method of taking, like, Lean or Six Sigma, these, like, process improvement things, applying that to creating a process using criteria that I've devised over the course of years of how I want my processes to be refined. And that's for stuff that I do and for things that I buy and habits that I either have or want to have. Yeah. So that's 2. The third is like, honestly, at the time, sometimes it was like, giant pain in the ass, gotta carry this rifle with me while I'm doing whatever the thing is. Because I was a comm guy. And it wasn't all like, yeah, even if you're data, you're a radio, if you're a comm guy, if you're a comm MOS, if you go certain places and doing certain things, you're a radio guy. And I did do cross training. I never had an MOS for radio operator, but every comm guy is a radio guy. Like, doing radio wave propagation. I think I taught a formal class one time while I was active. One of the biggest things, if you're doing a dipole antenna, to tune your length, you need an insulator. What do you have on hand? Brown MRE spoons is a great insulator, because you can use your slash wire. You use your slash wire to like make your antenna, but then you can also use it to tie off to whatever you're doing to create the shape of antenna that you want to create. But you can tie off, you can use 550 cord, or you can use more slash wire if you use an insulator like a Brown MRE spoon. So you can move that Brown MRE spoon or the length of the stuff to get the insulation so it's the length that you want to have for the frequencies that you're operating. Little tricks from the field. But yeah, I kind of miss that. Just no big deal. Being armed. Wherever. There were a lot of rules about being like in garrison on base. There was a lot of rules about that, but when not that, it wasn't a big deal. Barracks life, because I was living in a house before I got out. Barracks life is kind of wild. At the same time, it's great and just horrible all at once. And it depends on kind of where on the totem pole of seniority you are. Like if you're an NCO in unenlisted barracks and you've got all manner of different ranks in there, usually divided up by section or platoon or whatever, you're going to be with your guys of all the different ranks. Different units that organize it different. And sometimes like sometimes senior NCOs, like senior staff NCOs, like if there's a master guns in the barracks for some reason, they might be segmented off, or they might be in the officers, the BOQ, the officers' quarters, the officers' barracks. They might be in there. But besides that, if you're an NCO in a barracks, it depends on who else is in there, but you're probably going to be running field day. And it's going to be on you to make sure that, like, the deck gets swabbed in the barracks, mopped, the floor gets mopped for the common areas, like the common areas get cleaned, and then you're going to be inspecting at least your guys' rooms. How many inspections happen, too? I don't think the barracks duty would go with leadership, I believe, as a witness for barracks inspections, like when senior leadership came through. Because they would. They'd come and do barracks inspections. Yeah, that was a rabbit trail. So the 2.5 things, the summary was the camaraderie, which that feeds into the barracks also, because you've got buddies, depending on, well, if you're the only NCO and you got a bunch of like your troops, it's really tough to be buddies with guys that you're supposed to be in charge of. Fraternization is a thing, and it's specifically for that, but it's a respect thing too. to where, like, a lot of times, at least in the Marine Corps, when you get promoted to NCO ranks, like if you're a Lance Coolie and you get promoted to corporal from E3 to E4, I believe you generally move, like, fairly soon, you're going to move units. Because now unless you were already in kind of a senior Lance Coolie leadership type role, because you're going to be expected to lead, and you can't have the same relationship exactly with guys that you're supposed to lead. You know, with the same guys you were all, you know, doing barracks shenanigans 2 years ago. It's going to be a lot more difficult. I mean, in some cases, maybe in some cases not so much. But that's a move that makes sense, is when you get promoted to be an NCO, is to switch, just move to a new unit. That way you have a fresh start as a leader. Probably better for your career long run if you're thinking of staying in. Because some terminal lance, they call them, lance corporals, some guys get out. Like grunts have a very competitive cutting scores. A lot of them don't get to NCO before they get out. Mine were not horrible. I think kind of middle of the pack as far as competition. I got to sergeant in 5 years and change, which isn't setting any records. It's not like the band or crypto nerds or linguists. They get silly fast. There's NCOs before they get out of school in the linguists. Like, you could be a corporal. I think you could be a sergeant, because it's a 2-year. It's the language school, and that's 6 months for Spanish, but everything else is a year to 2 years at DLI, at the Defense Language Institute. And then after you go and learn the language, you have to go to the actual MOS school where you learn the job, and that can be 6 months or more. So you're talking between 1 and maybe up to 2.5, 3 years of school. A lot of them are NCOs before they get to the fleet, which I was chomping at the bit to get it before, like, because I was a Lance Corporal before I got to the fleet. I was like, my time in service had like just ticked over to where I was eligible. Scores nowhere, and my time in grade was like, nah. But I was like, oh, I should be a corporal now. Not, like, really not getting the leadership piece that it involved. So it was a good thing that I spent a little time, like fleet time, as a Lance Coolie. And, honestly, looking back, I probably should have spent a little bit more. I think during my Marine Corps career, I maybe got a little bit too much responsibility too fast. And the Marine Corps is probably one of the best, one of the best things I ever did with my life. I was a giant shithead as a teenager, and I needed it. Having that structure and me not having, because looking back, it was probably the same then as it was when I got out, and that it's been an ongoing thing. I had what engineers call the knack, like, where you just look at something and you know how it works, or basically how it works, and that could be just about anything. Like when you're a kid, you take things apart and actually able to put them back together. Maybe some extra screws, maybe not. But I didn't have really a way to... I wasn't thinking of a way to kind of parlay that into a career. Like, I went to college for 2 years and I wasn't doing well. I didn't have great study habits because I just got things in, like, when I was in elementary, high school, whatever. I just got things and, like, I do them in my head. I had horrible study. I didn't have study habits. I just wing it and usually get either get it all right or get by enough to where I pass things, and or teachers just wanted to get me out of there because I was a little bit of a troll and kind of a shithead when I was a teenager when I showed up for high school. So getting a little bit of responsibility and a lot of that structure and how to just operate, and taking that and then later in life being able to look back at that and using that as a basis for my own processes, that has more value than I think anything that I've ever done before or since having that in my life. And then all the buddies, and you know, you carry a rifle everywhere you go, and then the processes and how things should work, and the difference, like really the integrity. Yeah, I don't know if I would have got to the same place I am now if without the Marine Corps. Either a billionaire in jail or dead. There is no in between. It would have been something extreme. Look at me, I can eat, dress, show up, and do what I'm told, and throw grenades. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. That's for when you're like a low level. And I was using level like in the video game sense, like, you know, you're level 1, 2, you just got off Tutorial Island. Enlisted kid. Oh yeah, that's it. Show up on time. Don't look like a bag of smashed ass, and make sure you have with you the stuff that you need. Like, don't be late for a troop movement. Don't be late, just show up in uniform. That's most of it. You can forget what you're supposed to be doing. Somebody will remind you and guide you. If you're supposed to show up with something, you'll probably have a packing list of exactly what to bring. And if you don't know, just follow exactly what's on the list, and you're gonna be probably okay. You don't have to think about a whole lot as an introductory enlisted guy. Officers, oh yeah, they do. They're like they're the management. They're just coming out of management school. But junior enlisted? Oh yeah, there are senior, junior enlisted. Like your senior lance corporal isn't a rank. It is, but it's not. Like the guy who's been on 3 deployments and still a lance corporal. That's a senior lance corporal. He's gonna tell you what to do. He's gonna help you unhose your stuff. If you don't, I mean, even if you do have a corporal or a sergeant around, the senior lance corporal is gonna help you, probably in the kindest, most gentlest way that he knows how. Oh, Orange Shoe, weapon operation and maintenance. Yeah, for all Marine, like, with a few exceptions of certain things, like the band, on certain bases where you're not issued a weapon. With those exceptions, yeah, your rifle, your gas mask, your issued gear, but your rifle especially, your weapon, your issued weapon. Oh yeah, it's a big deal. And you get intimately familiar with it and cleaning it, and your issued rifle is probably gonna have the bluing just wore away from how many times it's been cleaned and used really harsh solvents on it. And the barrels may or may not be shot out and then may or may not have been replaced. My the last rifle I was issued wasn't atrocious. The one prior to that, the one that I had for the longest time, the upper and lower receiver, I would grab one right now and kind of show what I'm talking about. But the upper and lower receiver, it needed to be shimmed, but it's an issued weapon. They're not going to shim it. You can still lock it into position so it's not wobbling, but it would rattle. Like the upper and lower receiver would rattle. A little bit of wobble, but you could hear the rattling, like it could make noise. So realistically, the armorer should have shimmed it at some point, but the thing was so old. Nah, why even bother? Like I was a comm guy. Like everybody around me would have an M4, and I had an M16. I did while I was active duty. I was marksmanship. I was a primary and secondary marksmanship instructor. I had the MOS and everything. 8530, 8531. One is for instructor, one is for range coach. I was both. I don't remember which of the two MOSs I had because we all did both. And not a block. They wear the funny hats. Covers. It's like a pith cover. They're block. They're range personnel. Range coaches would wear a strip of white, like, not tape, not sticky tape, but cloth tape around your cover. So they could be identified as, hey, here's somebody who can coach me on how to shoot. And also formal classroom instruction, and then leading the class through, like, snapping in, you know, dry fire exercise. I did primary and secondary, or sustainment level. And then rifle and pistol, and it was M16 and M9. M4s were not part of any formal classroom instruction at the time, and you couldn't qual with them. The curriculum and the procedure for doing the known distance target shooting range, which the Marine Corps does at 200, 300, and 500 yard lines. Yards or meters? Was it yards or meters? Meters. I don't remember now. Either way, the 200 line, 300 line, and 500 line. I need to look that up. What is the Marine Corps qual at? Yards or meters? The M16A2 service rifle, area target 550 meters and area target 800 meters. I could hit targets at 800 on the combat course. The farthest target was 800. I think it was 880, and I could hit it reliably. Doesn't mean you're going to get a whole lot of energy in the shot at 800, but you can. Before the round gravity, it's moving fast enough. It's like 3200 FPS. You're like 55 grains, something like that. Standard ammo is 62, like green ball ammo. More modern ammo, 77 grain with Sierra boat tail hollow points, like the heavy, the good stuff. That is more favored now with the lower twist rates. Man, I rabbit trailed hard on that one. Oh yeah, I qualled expert both hands, rifle and pistol. Like, I'd shoot the course of fire right-handed, qual expert, and then shoot it left-hand, qual expert. The very first time I ever qualled pistol, I did the first day. There was 3 qual days. My instructor course, because I had to go to school to be an instructor for rifle and pistol, but it included qualifying with the pistol because, you know, in order to teach it, you have to qualify with it. And there was 3 days for qual. So I qualled right-handed first day. Out of the same holster, the right-handed holster, I would switch hands and qualled left-handed the second day, and then expert, and then I would switch, like, okay, draw this one, then for the next one, okay, now switch and do left. For pistol. I did the rifle course of fire one time, left-handed, and I got expert. It's not all that... Once you actually apply the fundamentals, the difference between rifle and pistol, and the difference between shooting right and left-handed becomes very small. And I think I was just demonstrating that it's manipulating your body into just following instructions. That's all it is. It's very by the books. Marine Corps marksmanship program is incredibly turn your brain off and just follow the instructions. Weapon maintenance, probably the bigger deal. For Marine Corps, yeah. Other branches, maybe not so much. Maybe grunts in the Army, them too. But the entire Marine Corps, with a few exceptions. Other branches, not so much. They barely touch it. I want to say the Air Force got like a ribbon for shooting, for going to the range, I believe. Assume you get a salary retainer on IRR? No. Fun fact, you don't. If you are an active reserve, excuse me, not an activated, but if you then join the reserves, yes, you get payment for when you are active, which is... If you're In the reserves, you're active 1 weekend a month, your drill weekend, and then there's a 2-week period during the course of any given calendar year when you're active. And like, I think they schedule that, like you can schedule when you want to do that. I think, I'm not sure. And it sounds like it's pretty easygoing, kind of like the National Guard, excuse me. So the inactive ready reserves, that's a different status. There is no pay for that. It's just, hey, we can call you back. Once you're activated, if you're activated, yes, you'll go back, you're active duty again. You go back on base pay or base pay plus whatever allowances or like housing or whatever it is that you're entitled to. Regular reserves, when they're active, which is those periods during the year, or if the unit is or that person is activated and deployed, then that person would then receive a paycheck. And I think they get per diem too. They get, I think it's on the same pay scale as active duty, and I believe they get per diem for reserves. I'm not positive about that. The reserves, you could go anywhere active duty can. Now the National Guard, they can get activated and deployed on U.S. soil. A deployment for them might be Wisconsin. National Guard, and I'm still not 100% sure of this. National Guard is like, it's under the Department of the Army, but it's under the control of the governor. But it has to be like, there's some commingling of federal and state governments that happens with the National Guard. Fun fact, some states also have actual military branches. I just learned that Florida does. Texas has the Texas State Guard, which is a whole different thing. That is branches of actual Texas active duty military. And they have an Army, an Air, the Air Guard, or the Texas State Air State Guard. There's a Maritime. There's Texas State Marines, but it's mostly riverine, like riverine operations. It's on water, but it's mostly river from what I understand. I was looking at that like, hey, maybe I should do that. I still kind of am, because they don't have, last time I checked, in order to enlist new into active duty, I'm not sure if officers are the same, 37 was the cutoff. And also that was the last bracket is over 37, I want to say for PFT, for fitness tests. And the only bracket that you can have on top of that is high altitude. And it has to do with your scores for when you do your run. The Army is 2 miles, Marine Corps is 3 miles for when you do your fitness test of how far you have to run, and just how long it takes. How many points you get is based on your age group, and there's a modifier for altitude. Like if you're at high altitude, you get more time to get the same score. And then as you get older, I want to say it's 26, 27, 28, somewhere in there is the first cutoff. There might be another one, and I believe just under 40 is the final cutoff where it changes. And finally, 20 years is when you can retire from military service up to, but if you don't, and it's at like 50% of base pay, but then if you stay in, every additional year you get an additional 2.5% of base pay. So if you stay in for 30 years, active duty, or something that counts towards those retirement years, like reserves, or I think post office somehow, or you can use your active duty time towards post office retirement. If you stay in for 30, you retire at 70% of your base pay, which is nothing to sneeze at. You're 40, 50-ish, somewhere in there, and retiring at a 20 to 30 year time in service, rank of probably senior staff NCO or ossifer, that's nothing to sneeze at. Probably going to get some disability when you get out. You go to work just to stay busy. Like, you don't need anything, and that's retirement. That's a pension. Military retirement is a pension, which hardly exists anymore. So yeah, that's who gets there's no retainer salary. And in the reserves, there are active duty people too, like in the reserves that are just active, that run, like, the bulk of the troops are reservists, but then there are personnel, and I don't know if they qualify as active duty or reserves, but they're just active all the time, that run the units, like when the reservists aren't rotating in and out. A little long journey. I mean, for me, yeah, but the mental changes from active duty are the biggest thing. And when I got out, I wasn't quite ready. Like, I was planning on doing 10, and this is a silly number to do too. I was planning on doing 10 years and kind of seeing where I was at, because your standard enlistment is 4. My enlistment contract was for 5 years because of the MOS. I was in for a little over 6, so I was past the first enlistment. I was planning on doing 10 to kind of see where I was at, and then, you know, start making plans, because, you know, your standard 4-year enlistments, divide 10 by 4, well, you got a remainder. Yeah, that'd be like 2 years into a third-ish, 1 or 2 years, in my case, 1 year into a third. So then I'd have plenty of time to kind of get all my ducks in a row before getting out. That was silly. Planning on getting out at, like, what that'd be, so 5, 9, at 13 years, that's silly. That would have been entirely silly. There's I think it's a lump sum retirement option now, because they were trying to get rid of people, just get rid of personnel. I don't know if it's a thing now, but at least when I was getting ready to get out, towards, you know, getting towards the end of the 20-aughts, to where you could just get out at 15 years, and I think you get a lump sum. I'm not sure, for like a retirement, a pretty significant severance, maybe a small pension. So 15 years was a thing. But I mean, you've been in for 10 years, 12 years, 13 years would have been in my case, because re-enlistments are for 4. So I would have been in for 13 years at that point. Like, just do the 20 and get retirement at least. I mean, you're already, like, past halfway. Like, almost 3/4 of the way there. 2/3, you're 2/3. What's one more third of being, like, a senior guy? It's not easy, but I mean, you've already got it locked down, or should anyway. So I was planning on doing 10 years and kind of seeing where I was at. It wasn't the best plan, but I was also not making the best plans as a youngster. For, like, my life stuff, career plans, for, like, how to make something work, or how to make sure your dudes are where they're supposed to be, or, like, getting your morning report in. That's the thing, you have to report into the central command of your units. Like, your platoon or whatever has to report to the company every single morning, your head count. Like, did everybody show up and on time? Yes. Present and or accounted for. All present. Different ways of saying the same thing. Like, your squads would report to your platoon, platoons report to the company, and whether that's in a formation or in a written report that gets hand-delivered, or on a computer, the morning report happens regardless. Search but hesitated, potential flag, not worry what you're gonna wear. Yeah, I mean, also that too. It's all a process. You don't have to worry about what you're gonna wear every day to work. Like, there's a uniform, don't worry, you're covered. You are even provided with budget dollars every single year to replace uniform items that wear out because you're supposed to have, you know, X quantity of each thing. Like, when I joined, we were still in the Woodlands, so I still have, you know, the Lord's pajamas, analog camis, which honestly, mine were too big. Somebody at boot camp when I was getting sized was either my idea or somebody convinced me I needed to be in a large. I need it. Everybody's a medium reg. I'm actually a medium reg. I might be a medium tall, but I'm a medium, not a large. Large is like physically big. I'm tall. I'm 6'3". I could have got away with a medium reg or a medium tall. Medium long. I forget if it was long or tall. For blouse and trousers. The blouse is what the cami jacket is called. So is for the alpha uniform, for the, like, your service and dress uniform, your alpha blouse, the long sleeve, the jacket you wear with the suit. It's called a blouse. It's not called a jacket. You got your button-up shirt and then your blouse as part of your uniform. Or not, because the jacket, the blouse, isn't always part of the uniform. The trousers are. Your pants, it's trousers. But then the shirt, which may or may not be. Fun fact also, it's not in the regulations that you have to wear an undershirt. With your, you know, your khaki uniform shirts. If you wear one, it must be white, but you don't have to wear one. Same with camis. If you wear one, your skivvy shirt has to be like whatever branch you are. Like the Marine Corps wears green, Army wears brown, Air Force wears black, skivvy shirts. Navy, I want to say wears brown also, maybe, or used to. It would make, I mean, if they're doing that, I mean, why not blue? I don't know. They do, unless they're green side. If they're Navy, if they're docks, or I'm not sure if Seabees get counted as being green side. But docks, you know, your Navy corpsmen, they can be green side or blue side for the uniforms they wear. So you can see somebody wearing Marine Corps uniforms that have Navy rank on them. And that's how that happens. It's really rare to see because I think the majority of docks wear blue side uniforms. They wear the Navy uniforms. Some do, some don't. And I think it's individual personal choice. I don't remember if I've seen, because I've seen a few in my time. I don't think that it was like a unit, like, you know, this BAS or this, you know, corpsman unit that then has, because I believe corpsmen, they have a separate unit that then guys from that unit are attached to, like the Marine platoons or companies where they work. I think that's how it works, but I wasn't a doc, and I didn't get that deep into what the docs are doing, so I'm not sure. And yeah, all Navy corpsmen are called doc, even if they're not doctors. They're enlisted. If they're enlisted, they're not doctors. Navy ossifers, those are the doctors. Yeah, Marine Corps uses Navy for medical personnel and religious personnel. The RPs, those are Navy docs, or excuse me, Navy officers too, like the chaplains are. And then the RPs, the religious personnel, I think is what the rate is. They're Navy enlisted. They might be able to, both of them might be able to be green side also. I'm not sure, because they get attached to Marine units. Probably, I would imagine. Like they all wear the Marine camis. But whether their service uniforms are green side or blue side, I don't know if they can wear Marine Corps blues though. You know what? I'm gonna get back to this. We're almost done. I'm gonna have to do a lot of chopping and editing to turn this into like a produced video for how to do this stuff. I'm probably gonna wait until I do the next one so I can record from the beginning to end, like going through the process of process refinement before starting. There's a whole bunch of stuff I went through before I ever touched ink to paper. This. Yeah. That's not doing the right thing. That's not. That is, and that is. Okay, we are good. Back in business. I wasted too much time. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not gonna be able to get through it. I need to wrap up. So we'll do a little bit of cleanup. Get ready to pick this up probably tomorrow. So, thanks again everybody for hanging out, and we did the game show. I got a little bit of the footage that I wanted to get recorded. It turned out at the very beginning, I have a little bit of behind the scenes work to do with my file storage on this local machine. Turns out the place where I was, like, my OBS is recording, actually storing videos, was filled up. So I'm not sure if the very first half or hour or so of when I was live today was recording locally. So I'm gonna have to pull it back off of YouTube or something. Not the best. It's not, dealing with the raw footage, not the raw quality, but no, for a few scenes in a produced video, because I need to chop it up, and maybe I'm probably gonna make a short or something out of, make the notebook and then do the thing. Shorts can be 3 minutes. I think that'd be a good thing. This is the kind of stuff I like to talk about. Like, let's do process improvement for risk assessment, being a prepper nerd to make your life better, whether there's a disaster or not, because you should plan. Here's the biggest part about being a prepper nerd, that's why prepper is a bad word, is because a lot of them don't. You also have to diversify and plan for there not being an emergency. You have to live life. So everybody out there, We're gonna pick this up tomorrow. Thursday evening is my normal go live day when I haven't been. I may start a lot earlier. Everything's cleaned up. We're ready to go. I have a little bit of stuff to do. And a few people that I need to talk to tomorrow. Work stuff. They'll probably be live at least, like, once. Maybe twice. Like, maybe during the day and then an evening kind of thing tomorrow. But at least one of those, we're gonna be putting some processes in the process book. I might even do, hey, here's a little funsy one. Let's do game and fire up the game channel, and then talk about nerdy stuff, risk assessment and prepper nerd stuff over there. Either way, remember to smush that like button wherever you're seeing this. And get off my lawn.
armor so thick, vehicles humming, no glitch, no tricks. Sometimes we dive